All right. All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Ned Ghost Rider broadcast. I'm Ned Ghost Rider. Most people call me Ghost. Welcome in. It is Sunday, March 29th, 2026. I'm live and alive. I'm not live as early as I wanted to be. But I am live because I had to go grocery shopping, chat. I had to go grocery shopping because, like I said, I am working all week. And this stream we will be cooking my big ziti. We'll be cooking my big ziti, and I'll be doing other chores and stuff while the big ziti is being made, while it's baking. So, oh, my hair is a mess. I should have just wore a hat today. I should have wore a hat. But welcome in, everybody. Danny, congratulations on the first, Zed on the second, Emmy on the third, and Hannah and Kitta on the participation trophy. All right, so the way this is going to work is you're going to have to bear with me. You're going to have to bear with me because I need to figure out. Shut up, your hair looks fine. No, it looks bad. I hate it. I have to rework some things with the gimbal and whatnot. So bear with me. I also have to update an app to get this to work properly. Anyway, how's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? Hope everybody's having a good weekend. I was grocery shopping as someone who worked at a grocery store for multiple years. I know my way around, but I hate grocery stores. I also have immense level of respect for grocery store workers. Alive, what about you? Me too. I fell asleep on my lounge chair last night again, and I woke up. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Oh, shit. Sorry, chat. I didn't realize it changed. Fuck. I am updating something that I use for my mobile setup. Oh no, I might have to end stream quickly and turn it back on. What the fuck? You're good, we can see you again? Yeah. I flipped to a scene without putting it in studio mode. So, I also need to do this. Okay. So this is the gimbal. I'm trying to make sure that it's working with no problems. I also need to check to see which is better for my mic. So I'll need your help. So if y'all could do a roll call real quick, make sure y'all are here. So I need to find out if this works. magnet down my shirt. Magnet down my shirt. All right. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to turn off this mic and I'm going to turn on this one. And then we're going to see what it sounds like for you all. Okay. So does that work for you all? Does that work? Oh, it's a little hot. It's a little hot, but I think we're good. Can you guys hear it fine? Is the mic quality just as good as my... Is the mic quality just as good as my, my SM7B? It's good? You don't hear the game going in the background at all? You just hear me, right? Sounds the same, 90%-ish. Is it too loud, too soft? I don't hear a game? Okay. I have the Phillies game on the TV. That's why I'm asking. Okay. So I also need to do this. Do you have a new mic? Is the old one broken? No. The old one's here. The old one's here. I'm just using the I'm using the lav mic because I'm gonna be cooking and stuff. So hear a little fuzziness, but it's fine. Feeling a little wild. Might put some hot cocoa in my coffee. Whoa, that's crazy. Oh, fuck. God damn it. What the fuck? Sorry, chat. You're going through all my fucking scenes. God damn it. Phillies suck. They suck again! Why is this not working? Fuck, this is what happens when I get rushed. Alright, we're back on the regular mic now. Maybe I just don't update it. Oh, it's gonna force me to update it. Shit. Come on. Come on. So the other way I can test out the mics is putting it onto the phone. So that's another way I'll test it. Shit. At my workplace, there's a machine that sells cacao coffee. Coworker says it's great. Oh, that's cool. Fuck, I have to update it. I don't understand. It's saying that OBS is using it, but I have 0 sources that are using it. So I don't understand why it thinks it's using it. I wonder if I uninstall it and then reinstall it. Sounds yummy. I normally just drink black coffee. I don't drink any coffee. I don't drink any coffee. I guess I'm just a weird person. All right, bear with me, chat. Bear with me. I'm trying to get this to work as smoothly as I can. And in order to get it to work, I have to have this program. And this program is not installing because it says that OBS is using it. But OBS is not using it anymore. So that's why I'm confused. I'm doing my best to make sure that I don't have to end stream. Fuck. Okay. So how long do I have until it creates another stream? I don't have answers. I think it's like 90 seconds. It should be enough time to reinstall it and restart stream. I also don't know, would it be bad if it counted as a new stream? Well, I don't want to fuck up people's streak. I also don't like ending stream after I've started it. So, all right, chat. I'm gonna try to do this and try to maintain the same stream. Erebus, what's up? I'll get the hydrate in a second. I owe you one. Let's count your streak quick. All right, chat. I'm gonna. I don't like doing this. I don't like doing this, but this is what we're gonna do. All right, chat. Give me like 60 seconds, and I'm gonna do this real quick, and then I'll be back on. So stay here, wait here, hold the line, and I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Refresh. All right. Sorry, everybody. It took like 2 seconds to install. But I had to reboot so that it would actually see that the apps were closed. So that's what happened. Unfortunately, it didn't keep the stream. So I'm gonna have to fucking run another ad. Kidder on the first, Hannah on the second, Erebus on the third. Erebus, I owe you a hydrate. We'll do that when I get into the kitchen. There we go. All right. Okay, I have that working now. Waiting for that water? I know. Relax. I'm so annoyed. I'm so annoyed. I fucking hate that happened. Just be glad your fridge didn't die like me and Crow's did. Landlord still hasn't replaced to fix it. Oh, geez. Start my very limited chores while we're getting up and running. Okay. Everything in my freezer went bad when that stupid tree fell on the house. Oh, that sucks. All right. Tree fell in your house? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. What the fuck is happening? Why am I not connecting? Oh, there we go. Oh. That's how I do it. All right, sweet. Go. Sweet. Okay, now that's set up. Lost $100 worth of food. I also think my freezer might be in overdrive or something because everything in my freezer is frosted as hell. I mean, it was probably, the, fuck. I don't know what I'm saying. It's probably the excess moisture in there for when it died. All right, so I'm gonna test. The lav mic, chat. So I'm gonna test the lav mic. So. Okay, so I'm going to test it now. So give me a second. Damn it, you can't hear me. All right, hold on. Let's try this again. Is this... I don't know why it's not working, but I'll just do it off. Oh, shit. Take your time, we're chilling. I don't know why this isn't working. I am not sure why this isn't working. Hi, Zane. Welcome in. Congratulations on the participation trophy. Also, chat, I'm running an ad right now because I have to run it because this is a different stream. So, I'm going to do my best. Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is, chat. I know what it is. I know what it is. I know what it is. Okay. I have to do this. I know what it is. I know exactly what it is. What the fuck? Why is this not working? Why is this not working? That's weird. OBS isn't sensing the prism thing. All right. I'll just connect it to the Rodecaster. I'll just connect the mic to the Rodecaster. That's how we'll do that. All right. So... this here. Turn this on here. There we go. Okay, should be good now. Is it Bluetooth? No, it connects to... It's actually through my, it's through my Wi-Fi. So it connects to... it connects to the phone through this. So then it connects through an app on the PC, and it should be just, it should be audio as well. So, do you all want the background music the whole time? Do you all want the background music while I'm doing this shit? All right. I will do this. Okay, there we go. Bit quiet if we kept it on. Okay. All right, there we go, chat. So take care of that. Put on the lapel mic. All right, mic's good. Everybody's good. We're all set. I'm gonna turn these lights off because I don't need them. Ugh. I don't need them. All right, let's see. With chat send. All right, I have you all up. Why is it not working? Come on. Why is it not working? Damn it. New room unlocked? Oh, we've been in here before. Okay, why? Come on. Catch me. This isn't on. Why is this not on? Oh, there we go. There we go. Should be good now. There we go. There we go. Sweet! We got it working. Awesome. Sorry, that was me. What up, Benny? Ghost has legs? Yes, I do have legs. I do have legs. Oh, it's tracking my face. And as soon as I take it off my face, then I can't see it anymore. So we'll do this for now. All right. So the first thing I need to do is I have to house tour. Maybe. We'll see. First thing I have to do is I have to put... oh, fuck. I have to put some meat in bags, chat. I have to put some meat in bags. Because the ground beef... Yes. The ground beef, I was not originally going to have it. But then I saw some ground beef for 30% off. So, is camera still on me? Room is bulk efficiency? Yeah. W air fryer? Yeah, I used the air fryer last night when I was I made wings after stream last night because I'm fat. I also haven't eaten today yet, so this cooking will be interesting. We'll see how much I eat. But plan for today is I'm gonna make two different baked zitis, 2 different trays of baked ziti. So that's the plan. Don't be mean to yourself. That's Otto's job. So that's the plan. I also have... Stop tracking me. Stop tracking me. Stop it. Damn it, it's still tracking me. I don't want it to track me. I forgot how to turn off the tracking. So we'll just walk. We'll walk together. Chat. Oh, it's off. Oh, I need to shave. Bad. I need to shave. Y'all getting up close and personal with me. What is happening? There we go. All right, we should be good now. Okay, we're good. We're good now. Need light, more light, better, worse, more light. Stop tracking me. I'm gonna track you. Stop tracking me. I'm gonna track you. Yeah. Camera technology is crazy these days. How goes the day though? Goofballs. I did some grocery shopping. I'm just trying to make sure I don't get doxxed while I'm over here. I don't think I am. Come on. This way. Right here. Right back to me. There we go. All right. What's the date today? It's the 29th. 3/29/26. 3/29/26. Now we're not tracking it. I see how it is. Haven't seen identifying personal info yet. I think you're good, mate. Thanks. So, all right, I need to figure out how I'm going to do this. So, basically, the recipe calls for, a pound for each casserole. So I have about 8 pounds of meat. Have about 8 pounds of meat. Yeah, I'm pumped. I'm going to be able to make... Is it echoing or anything too, chat? There's a lot of noise going on. But if you guys can hear me fine, then I'm happy with it. But there's a lot of... Let's see. 3 point... Can someone do math for me? 3.79 plus 3.88. That's 7.87. Kidding, don't sit. Hard mode cooking. Oh, also, if there's redeems, I'm not going to be able to see them. So if there's redeems, y'all got to let me know. Oh, I also have to get my water for Erebus. What are you looking at, camera? What the fuck? What are you doing? Camera, you're drunk. You're drunk. Stop it. What the fuck? What is it doing? That was so weird. I don't know why it was doing that. All right, there's your hydrate, Erebus. Got a real ghost, bro? What is that calendar? Oh. It's the Fear and calendar. It's the Fear and calendar. Yo, what the fuck is happening? What is it doing? It's definitely not tracking the right thing. All right, let me fix this. Nope, don't do that. Oh, I know what it is. Oh, I know what the problem is. Fuck, I forgot how to turn off the tracking. So, when I have it tracking like this, if I get behind the arm, which that shouldn't be a problem. When I get behind the arm, it gets all screwy. Like that. Oh, it was tracking the squirt bottle. Ah, that's hilarious. What the fuck is going on? Why is it doing this? The fuck is it tracking? Okay, let's try this again. Sorry, chat. This is a clusterfuck. This wasn't supposed to be working like this. Just want to say hello. I'm in Disneyland at the moment. Holly, thank you. Thank you for coming in. There. What the fuck is going on? I don't know why it's doing this. All right. So, if I have 7 pounds of meat, and I'm using 2, that means I need 5 bags. And I don't think I have 5. I have 4. So I will make this work. I have to buy more. God, I hope I don't accidentally dox myself doing this shit. What's up, Raph? And Foxbox, how are you? All right. And Lemon. Do I have any redeems I have to do, chat? All right, so we're gonna do 1 pound in here. That's about 1 pound. All right, so that one's done. They all gotta be about the same weight, right? Oh, shit. I dropped some on the floor. Not great. Get it later. I think the camera's a little too close to me, too. I think I need to put it in a better spot. What's a big ziti? It's kind of like lasagna. It's kind of like lasagna. I'm gonna make it 1 1/4 pound. That should make it work then. Pasta bake? Yeah. Yeah, so I'll be cooking the noodles as well as browning the meat and everything like that. It's pretty close. So I usually make them completely separately when I make two, but I think I'm gonna cook them together. I hope I have a big enough bowl to mix everything up. If not, I can mix them separately and then mix it in the pan. I've never seen this area before. I have cooked before. I made my tacos. On stream when we got to 50 subs. But I had to do some... I got to do some cooking because I am working 2 rounds every day this week. So I'm going to make the baked ziti, and then that's going to be my dinner for the week. And then I also wanted to clean a little bit. Okay, that's good. All right, we're all set with that. Need to wash my hands. All right, let's see. All right, chat. So this apartment is, I paid $12.50 a month for. It's probably worth like $1,000 a month or so. Is everything coming in fine? Video good? Audio good? That's what I'm worried about. I don't do this setup very often. I don't have a tripod, which I'd like to get one at some point. How many square meters does it have? I actually don't know the square footage. I don't know the square footage. It's 2-bedroom. I think it's like... I want to say it's like 600 square feet. Audio is good. I'm audio only. Can't wait to not have Spectrum anymore. Yeah. Spectrum sucks. Spectrum is like constantly sending me shit. Chocolate was on sale, chat, so I got that. All right. All right, so I got that stuff in the freezer so I could use it in the future. There. That goes there. I need to put you somewhere, chat. Where should I put you? I'll put you here. No. Stop tracking. Track me. Track me. Chat, I don't know what to do with this thing. There we go. All right. What I can do is I can put a chair on my table. I can put a chair on my table, and then I can set the tripod up on the table, on the chair. Camera track me. Table, why'd you leave your keys upon the table? I do have a tripod, but the tripod, it's not going to track me on the tripod. It would kind of just be there. Are you all okay with the tracking? I feel like I don't know. Maybe you don't need the tracking. Maybe I could just set you on the table? We could do this. Does this work? It's not very flattering. This. How's that, chat? How's that? Good? Fantastic. That's way better. PV, your big brother. Kind of dopey angle. This is the angle? Oh, sweet. Okay, perfect. I'm a genius, chat. I do need to buy that tripod, though. All right. So we need pots and pans. We need to boil the pasta first. Need to boil the pasta first. So we get, again, each pan gets a pound of pasta, a pound of beef, pound of, or 8 ounces of ricotta, 8 ounces of cottage cheese. But we're making two. We're making two, so we're doubling everything. So that's the plan. And then while we're baking it, I'm gonna do dishes and I'm gonna clean the floor. So that's the plan today, chat. Sandwich box, which I'll be using later when I make lunch for myself tomorrow. So chat, this week, I'm not positive what the stream schedule is gonna look like. I have 2 rounds each day. I have 2 rounds each day, but they're early, so I might be able to stream on most of them, but I'm not positive. And obviously, I don't know how tired I'm going to be either. So that's another portion of it. If the camera falls off the chair, I will. No, it's not going to fall. I'm paying that's a lot for me, though. I just ate pizza. Oh my god, I want pizza so bad. I want pizza so bad. Like, there's no good pizza in this area. It's just complete trash. All the pizza around here is very bad. Here. Chat, this is so weird that I can't see what you're seeing. This is bizarre. I can't see what you're seeing. But I can tell you what you can see. You can see the top of the hour ad break. At the top of every hour, we run a 3-minute ad. If you want to avoid the ads, you can pay $5.99 for a subscription, or get lucky and get gifted a sub, or you can link your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account and get a free monthly subscription from Daddy Bezos to your favorite streamer. Hopefully it's me. If it's not me, then hopefully it's one of my friends. Here comes the 3-minute ad break now. Yes, I know I just ran an ad. I know I just ran an ad, but I need to run it at the top of the hour. What state are you in? I forgot. Pacific Northwest. Pacific Northwest, so on the West Coast. All right, I need... pasta. Ziti chat. And then I'm gonna need the pasta sauce. Alright, I think I properly rotated stuff. Alright, I should have enough pasta sauce. Should I use Prego chat? I don't make my own pasta sauce, so I'm sorry. Is the fan too loud? Fan too loud, chat? All right. I'm gonna need a spatula. Oh shit! I forgot to wash this. I will wash this now. I just realized this stream is kind of like the housewife simulator that J. Marianne runs, that Mari runs. Any mods, feel free to give Mari a shout out. She's cool. I haven't been in her stream in a while because she's usually streaming while Hassan streams. So stays out of the craziness of Hassan's chat for some people. This will work. All right. So this is gonna go here. I thought it was a shout out for marinara. No, it wasn't. It wasn't. And Lemon, you're not a mod, unfortunately. I don't know if I'd want to bestow that power to you. Alright. Prepped. I need a big bowl. Big bowl. I need probably a medium bowl. I gotta mix up the cheese, the ricotta and cottage cheese. Yeah, I don't have the most counter space, unfortunately. My headphone fell out while I was exfoliating. Do I need to do a shout out? Yeah, for J. Marianne, please.
Sorry.
Thank you.
You're a woman now. Like,
If only.
Do a marinara shout out.
Get in, girls. We're going to the penis guillotine.
People are
Alright.
fucking insane.
Get
So-
in, girls.
They're insane.
Cottage
Field
cheese
trip.
and ricotta
Clearly,
cheese.
Despite the fact that normally he is like very.
So since we do 8 ounces for each of them. It'll be 16 ounces for both. Come on.
Dry Jesus? I remember my mom being like, no, it's not dry Jesus. It's just a cracker. I'm like, bleh. My shoulder.
That was close.
Don't do that on the floor. Those things are horrible. I remember I used to get them and I'd like hold it on my tongue. But if you held it on your tongue for too long, it would stick to the fucking roof of your mouth. So you'd be sitting in the pews afterwards, scraping communion out of the top of your mouth. The only thing you should be scraping out of the top of your mouth is cum, not communion, damn it. I didn't just say that.
Oh my god. Good enough. Good enough. Where's the lid? What do I do with the lid? Did I throw the lid away? It's right here. Alright. That covers the ricotta. Oh god, I wonder if Giga's gonna come in here. Oh, hi Sakura. Hi Sakura. How are you? Hope you're doing well. We're cooking shit. Giga was driving somewhere last I saw her. Oh, okay. She was probably in Picapo's stream. Imagine she was in Picapo's stream. Jakey Poo stream? Oh. Oh, Jake's streaming? Yeah, I guess he usually does stream all day on Sunday. Alright, chat. Ricotta and cottage cheese. My mom recommended... I used to use only ricotta cheese, but my mom recommended cottage cheese. And since adding that, my baked ziti has become really, really delicious. My apartment building does not recycle, but I do. So. Alright. Now I need 2 eggs. Two eggs. Do you replace mozzarella? Mozzarella goes on top. Says stream I played Helldivers with Yubi. Nice. Nice. Off topic, it kind of blew my mind when I found out Ghost isn't German. He looks so German. What the fuck does that mean? What the fuck does that mean, Goose? I mean, I'm Pennsylvania Dutch. It's insane to me there are places where recycling doesn't take place. Yeah. I get a fine if the wrong stuff's in my bins. I actually talked to, like, the friend that, like, brought me here. And he's like, you know, we shouldn't be forced to do stuff, blah, blah, blah. Well, I'm like, well, if you're not going to do it on your own, wouldn't it be a good idea, if it's good for society, wouldn't it be a good idea to say, hey, you should do this? And then he was complaining, like, my state has deposits for, like, cans and stuff. And he's like, well, they're forcing us to do it. I'm like, they're not. You're getting a deposit back, but when you don't get the deposit back, then they could use that money to actually, like, recycle shit. So isn't that a good thing? Wouldn't it be good to incentivize people to do a good thing? And he's like, oh yeah, you're right. I'm like, yeah, I am fucking right. All right. So we put 2 eggs. The reason we're doing 2 eggs is because, again, we're making 2. We normally only do 1 egg. And then we put pepper in it as well. So chat, here's what it looks like before I mix it up. So, can you see it? The ricotta and the cottage cheese and the eggs. And then we mix it up. Probably gonna might need more pepper. Chat, is there any interference with, like, the fan and stuff, or does everything sound good? Hi, Zenoto. Pay like $200 a year for garbage costs? That's not bad. I'm assuming they come get it for you too, Sakura. Need to eat something before it's too late? That's a good idea. I have not eaten yet today, and I think I'm going to regret that. But somebody, not naming names, Kidda, wanted me to start stream, so I didn't get a chance to eat lunch. So chat, we put our salt in. Make sure I have enough so it doesn't stick to the freaking thing. Weird sounding sneeze. Yeah, it was bizarre. All right. So again, usually calls for only 1 pound of pasta, but we're doing 2 pounds because we're making 2 of them. Phillies are down by 5 going into the last inning. Your COVID variant, maybe? Yeah. I sent you the most neutral message ever. I wasn't even rushing you. The most rushed. I was the most rushed. It was very neutral. I just like giving Kid a shit. Kiddo, why would you rush him like that? Because Kiddo was begging me to start the chores stream. He's an M-word. His brain can't handle more thing. Fuck you, Levin. If I was rushing you, I would have stared. It was basically a stare. It was basically a stare. Alright. Now I can do... I can start the beef. Which I will drain the meat as well. So I'll need this. It was pausers? Oh. I was driving when you sent it, so. Alright, hopefully I don't overflow this. Otherwise, it's going to be hilarious. More pepper. There we go. That should be better. Go. You can tell we hang out a lot. Who up draining their meat? God damn it. They say something like that, Kiddo, thank you. I don't want to be the only skibbity Sigma. I knew somebody was it. I knew somebody was gonna fucking make the joke about it. I knew it. Chat, is it okay I'm not making eye contact with you, or is that what you prefer? Actually, I think Otto would prefer that. Pepper, aka white people spice? Pepper up the beef. I don't like making eye contact. Yeah, we're all in the spectrum. I don't think any of us like making eye contact. No eye contact, chat? Does Ghost even love us anymore? Should we even subscribe anymore? Yeah, y'all should subscribe so you can avoid the top of the hour ad break. Which I ran 15 minutes ago. Checking something. Oh shit. Okay. Wait, you're on the Spectrum Coast? Probably. Not officially. I'm assuming so. Your studio is like one massive living space? Yeah. It's crazy, right, Lemon? Alright, the pan is hot. Pull off the pan a little bit. I'm going to put the towel on my shoulder because there's a high likelihood that my smoke detector is going to go off. So. Not smoking as bad as it normally does. Guess that's a good sign. Probably because the ground beef is fresh and it's closer to room temperature. Will it be loud for us? I don't think so. I don't think it's gonna happen now because it would have happened by now. It's loud here. I didn't have that mental picture from usual streams. Yeah. Well, also because the way I have it set up is I have my whole desk up against that wall, and then I have living space like over here. So, my parents are coming to visit this summer, so I'm curious what their thoughts are going to be, and if they have a better idea as far as layout. But that's the way that I do it. That makes it work for me. As far as, because I hook up my TV to my PC. There we go. I hook up my TV to my PC, so that's how I watch TV or the Phillies games or Hassan or something like that. And so I need my desk kind of near my TV. Oh, God, that was hot. Oh, God. That handle was, like, sitting on the fucking burner. Chat, I went to the grocery store just to grab a few things, and I ended up spending $176. Crazy. Every time. No, I don't have a bigger pan, unfortunately, to make this easier. Sakura, how is Helldivers? Get their ass, kiddo. Hopefully Mike will peek if smoke alarm goes off. Probably. I think I have a noise gate set up on it. As the cost of grabbing a few things, buying a week's worth of food for hubs is like $300. Yeah. I always hurt myself when cooking. Is that why you don't cook, Lemon? $176? What the fuck? Yeah. I mean, to be fair, the ground beef alone was like almost $50 because it was a value pack. So that was like $50 worth, and then I bought face cleanser for showers and stuff. So that was another $20, so that's $70 right there. So all the other food was like $100. Oh, I didn't buy garlic bread. Shit. I should have bought garlic bread. Damn it. I mean, I guess I could run to the grocery store and get it and leave, because I got another grocery store that's like 2 minutes from me. I could leave it on Words on Stream with you all. You all behave. I just cook in Twitch chats. Got him. Why are chips so expensive now? Is bags between 5 and 8. I don't eat them, but I thought the whole point is to be cheap snack. When I bought these, they were $1.99. So I kind of wait for them to go on sale. And then I'll stock up on them. Just made garlic butter. Oh, garlic butter is great. I put garlic butter on my buns when I make burgers. Some highway. Put your meat in raw. There. Which buns? Hamburger buns. I gotta leave him 40. Y'all distracted me. Sorry, Kitta. How's your back feeling, by the way, Kitta? Put your garlic butter. But to each their own. Y'all suck. We'll miss you. Chat, rocking Hassan merch. Rocking my Hassan merch. I'm just a Bill shirt. I'm just a Bill paid for by the local businesses. The corrupt Bill. He just dropped new merch, and of course I spent the money. Dropped another $200 on that shit. Because his merch is fucking fire. God damn it, Philly's lost. Son of a bitch. Alright. Pasta is probably done. Yeah, I think it's done. Oh, shit. Pasta's done. So I drain it. Make sure I get it all out of there. Go. And laundry's done. And the laundry's done. So I'll have to grab that out of the dryer. Second. So the ground beef I use is 93% lean. I kind of piggyback off a nutritionist that my dad saw, and they recommended leaner meat for them. So since then, because I have the same genetics as my dad, so since then I've basically been trying to eat as lean meat as I could. To try to prevent any potential future problems. So. Yes, dryer. I know shit is done. Shit. Got fat everywhere. Chat, the reason that I put the fat into a coffee cup is I store it in the fridge, and then when it cools, I can just scoop it out into the trash then. Right. Done with that cooking. Go. We'll go there. And then we'll go here. There. Here. Okay. How do I want to do this now? All right. I have 2 casserole dishes. This is fine. Girl thought the new Hassan merch I showed her was mid. I thought the Hassan merch from his last drop was not as good, so I didn't get anything on his last drop. But this one I really enjoyed, especially the nuclear doctrine one. Fuck, did I spill? No. Yeah, the nuclear doctrine one was my favorite. A little better today. I can stand. And someone say nuke? Yeah. Hasanabi doctrine. If you want sovereignty, you got to get a nuke. You got to get a nuke. Hi, Spicy Water. How are you? Is Hassan live today? I think he's doing a Bernie rally today. Also, the Phillies suck. Alright. Shit. I don't have a big enough bowl. Alright. Let's do this. Let's make 2 bowls. Oh, I can't see, chat. Trying to divvy it up to the best of my ability so I can properly mix everything. Hi, Becca. Just pay my taxes. Nice. Family emergency back in LA for now. Okay. Children are exhausting. Becca, you got children? Fuck. This can go in here. You babysitting back there? Took him from my sister for the day? Oh, okay. All right, we got meat in here. Meat in here. Chat, the burners are still warm, or I would be using the burners as counter space. I know I don't have a bunch of counter space. I know I have 2 microwaves. But I bought the countertop microwave at my old place. And then this one I try not to use. I try not to use this one. Camera's fucked up. Cam position. Okay, now it's off. There we go. Feet cam. Drop them off. Went to the movies to see Hoppers and out to lunch. Oh, Hoppers look good. Butt cam. Sandy get a hold of the controls. All right. So, each pan should get 2 jars of pasta sauce. Okay. Trying to get as much of the sauce as I can get in there. There. Okay. I gotta start the oven. 350. Okay. Scoop the sauce out with a spoon. You wasting precious sauce. It's easier said than done. I'd rather just shake it out. I'd rather just shake out the sauce. Spooning it out is not easy. I'll probably buy garlic bread later this week, chat. My way back from work one of the days. Since I didn't get it today because I'm dumb. Nate King, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Why is my Twitch so borked on my desktop these days? Refuses to load stream. Ayura Tawa, what's up? Welcome in. Doing some cooking. I'm gonna be doing some chores once we get this stuff into the oven. That's fine. It's still hot. I can't set anything on it. Chat, I cannot wait till hopefully someday I can buy a house. Hopefully someday I can buy a house and I have actual counter space and I can actually have room to do this shit. I also don't have the counter space though because I'm making 2 of these, so inshallah you'll be a house owner. Yeah, I hate induction cooking. I love my gas stove. This is actually, it's not induction, it's electric, and I actually prefer the electric. Guys, did you hear about the toxic sewage spill at work I had yesterday? No, I did not hear that, Gold. That must have been fun. Good induction stove is so nice. Yeah. Induction stoves are dope. You just have to make sure you have the right pans. I think my pans would work on an induction. I have stainless steel pans. When I lived on the island, I had a induction burner where I would make stuff in my dorm room, for lack of a better term, from time to time. Like I'd make tacos and stuff. And then I bought the air fryer for wings and whatnot. But chat, this is looking really good. This is looking really good. All right, so since the burners are still hot, I'm gonna set these down. I'm gonna set these down so I can take out the pans. Spray the pans so nothing gets stuck in them. Okay. Let's go here. The Gatsby lobbying? Yeah. The funniest part is conservatives fucking lost their mind on taking away gas stoves. And it was literally just like a recommendation to like, hey, maybe don't use gas stoves because it's not good and also leads to blowing shit up. And conservatives lost their mind, and the hilarious part is most conservative areas have electric stoves. The only areas that don't really have electric are in the Northeast because they already have the infrastructure for gas for heating and everything like that. And also rich people like cooking with gas because they're rich. Cat, I got a new shift. Oh, I'm not gonna read that. That's stuff I don't understand. All right, chat. How's it looking? I just realized it's been a little high, so you actually haven't seen me actually cooking. You've just been hearing it. Now I feel bad. Can I refund my sit stand redeem? I mean, I am standing, so use an adjustable wrench and only slightly stripped. Not rich, but our electric goes out. And we still cook because of gas. Yeah, that's another benefit of having a gas stove. And also, Becca, I said the infrastructure is already in place in the Northeast because of heating. All right, chat. All right. That's dumb. So we need the mozzarella. Go Stocks and Becca in real time. Yeah, saying Northeast. My bad. How things conservative support? It's like, it's been here over 1,000 years. Why change now? Yeah. Camera loves your popcorn ceiling. Yeah, I've noticed that. Because it's locking in on my face. That's better. That's better. All right, chat. The mozzarella on top. All right. So gas is superior for cooking for 90% of use cases. It's not auto, but okay. Electric, you could set it to the specific temperature you need. But when the power goes out, gas is superior, obviously. So is that why you're saying that gas is superior? Or are you just being a conservative? An Iowan. What up, Otto? Holy cheese, I want that. So chat. There it is. Like so. We're going to cover it up. Can you guys see it? Yeah, we're going to cover it up. And then we're going to throw it in the oven for 40 minutes. And then we're going to uncover it for 10 minutes. Hi, Ari. Gas gives you much finer control as you can move hands wokes to adjust heat perfectly. Or you could adjust the heat perfectly as the temperature auto. Gas lets you simmer better as 90% of electric stoves don't have infinite range, just steps. Correct, but the newer electric stoves, you can set it to a specific temperature. Okay. Cover this. Also, gas stoves tend to cause asthma problems for children that live in those homes as well. Induction is definitely faster, better for boiling. Yes, that is definitely true. Shit. Yeah, but have you heard this thing called ventilation? The studies have accounted for that, Otto. Even if you have ventilation, you still run the risk that it's happening. Me and my darling are playing MTG right now. I'm at 25, she's at 7, and I'm still losing. I don't know what that means. Wonder how many allergies or other health conditions you guys have tons actually caused by bad policies. Most of them. Probably Iritawa. I'm sure y'all are loving hearing the aluminum foil into the mic. Takes you 25 minutes to make my tea with a gas stove because of how long it takes to bring it up to temperature. Amy said, me and the girlfriend are playing Magic the Gathering right now. I have 25. She has like 7 life, and I'm losing. Oh, it's a life. Oh. Oh, shit. That's close enough. Close enough. All right, chat. There we go. All right, chat. Time to do dishes. Time to do dishes. And I can place you right here on top of. Go. Shit. Put you on top of my ice machine. Oh, I got shit everywhere. All right. Place these in here for now. That's not gonna work. So high up. Oh, I can put it right here. That'll work. About to be other type of hive next is I should light one up. Do whatever you want. When it grabs a camera like that, it feels like someone is grabbing me by the neck. I get nostalgic. What the fuck, Goose? Oh, what do I have to do to get an MRI? I'm scared. Go to the doctor. No metal on your body. It's a big magnet. You lay in a tube. It's loud if you don't like loud noises. Yeah. Ghost, please give Iritawa permission to light one up. I don't give a shit, Iritawa. It's gonna be like 90 degrees tomorrow, which doesn't make sense because the president said global warming is fake. True. True, Otto. Wait for the transmission. Oh, Becca, you want a PWHL game? How was that? Oh, you said that was last year, though? All right, let me... Let's see where I want to start. I'll start with this. Chat, how's your Sunday? You need more counter space, my man? Yeah, I know. I mentioned that. It was Gotham and Montreal. I want to start going to women's professional games. One, they're affordable, and women's skill sets are really good because they're not trying to brute force things. So I like watching women's sports. Hello, Ghost. Have we got time quick for a Tide Pod challenge? No. I'm not doing a Tide Pod challenge. I also don't have Tide Pods. I don't use them anymore because of the microplastics. One of the jars is gonna fall? No. Want to hear a bunch of men grunting when I watch my sports? Might be in my head, but I feel like there's a better sportsmanship at women's games. Oh, 100%. Well, you don't have the toxic masculinity part of women's sports. Now, there's aggro women, too, sometimes, but it's not nearly as bad as dudes. Most of the games are sold out. Microplastic maxing. Have you played Deadlock? No, I haven't. Clearly you haven't watched any men's lacrosse games. I mean, hey, watching men's soccer, women's my shit. Oh my god. The fucking Phillies post-game live crew so fucking reactionary. Oh, just put your glove up, block the sun. No, it's still fucking hard when you do that shit. You fucking dumb motherfuckers. God, they're fucking conservative as fuck, too. Like, they say bullshit like that all the time. Like, oh, back in my day. Wussies nowadays. Addicted to Deadlock. I should go back to crack. Way less destructive. City's team's been national champs in lacrosse. Like our only winning team. Well, I mean, nah, I'm not gonna say anything. At least you're winning in something, Becca. You sent free dye-free Tide odor refresh. Used to follow this one dry washing creator on TikTok that tests detergents and is one of the highest rated scents. Oh, nice. Liquid version, but it's cheaper. It makes it easier to hand wash, especially clothes. Oh, don't dox me, bang. I didn't dox you. I kept my mouth shut. Lacrosse is a gentleman's sport. I mean, sure. If you consider gentlemen dudes that are have consistent toxic masculinity and looks like they major in sexual assault. Yeah. Now we know Becca lives in La Crosse, New Mexico. Yeah. Nice apartment. Thanks. I like it. I pay way too much for it, though. Just like everybody pays too much for housing. Okay. Used to be way more cozy, but Ghost ruined it. Shut up, Otto. Housing is stupidly expensive, yeah. Alright, I'll put those there for now. There. What's that chair doing on the table? That's where I set the camera while I was cooking, Zed. Everything's stupid. Bring back Cozy Cam? No. Yeah. Zed, you used to be able to see my entire apartment on camera, and then I changed it about a year ago at this time to the current setup that I have. I thought it was better and would be better for like YouTube videos, which ironically I don't make YouTube videos as often anymore. It's like, what is that paranormal shit? Yeah. I haven't bought a tripod yet for the gimbal. I have a tripod, but it's not a gimbal. It's just like put my phone in there. So I prefer the gimbal. It's much more stable and much better quality for everybody. Made YouTube videos, that's why you can't see my bed in the background anymore. I use Prism for background image. Yeah, I'm using Prism right now for my phone. There. Only got rated and streamed a few times back then. I'm a fake fan. Feels like it was 3 years ago for some reason. I mean, you can go through my VODs. You can go through my VODs and you can see when the background changes. I think it was like March 2025 when I did it. Is this washing all for cooking stuff? Yes. But I'm gonna wash my air fryer from last night too. It's gotta be around then. Yeah, I think it is. If you do exclamation point VOD or exclamation point VODs, it'll pop up the link to the channel, and you could kind of scan through it and figure out through the thumbnails, which Otto likes to bring the best thumbnails, his favorite thumbnails, from time to time. There's clips too that have it too. Like if you do exclamation point hydrate, if you do exclamation point hydrate, you'll see the cozy setup. I don't want to join Joe's channels. It was very recent, I think. Yeah, if you do exclamation point follow age, chat. Check out the
tell
YouTube.
you.
And
you
check
can
it
do
out,
it with
check
your
it out,
other
check it out.
account too.
Subscribe to it. Share it. Share with your family. Share with your friends. Share with your enemies. I don't care. Share it to everybody. Share it to the whole world. Make sure you watch every video and you like every video and just
We just made the ziti.
Yeah. Share it with everybody.
And it's sitting in the oven at the moment. I don't think this is gonna stay. There we go. Oh my god, don't ever have that hairstyle again. Oh, is that when I buzzed my hair? Is that when I had it buzzed? All right, chat. I have to pee, so I'll be right back. Long hair. 28 days. Sounds wrong. Oh fuck, it's my new account. Yeah, it's your new account. But all right, I have to pee, and I'm gonna turn off the mic. Chat, you're just gonna be looking at a wall for now. I'm gonna turn off the wall,
turn off the mic while I go pee. All right, I'm back, chat. I wonder what the camera will lock onto when he's gone. No Hassan DNC moment. Let's hear you tinkle. Missed it earlier following something besides ghosts. Yeah, it was following my feet and my butt sometimes. Did you wash your hands? Yes, I washed my hands. Yes, I washed my hands. Fuck this, I'm out. Who the fuck timed out Zenoto? Locked on a trash can a few times? Yeah. It's like, damn, it's trying to tell us something. It's trying to say that I'm trash? Is that what I was trying to say? Won't fly in a fem stream and won't fly here. Your rules goes. Okay. No problem. 1985? 1985 was worse than 84? Yeah, every year after 1980 was worse than the year before. I was about to throw hands. No. That's the rule, kiddo. That's why you're a mod. I don't know if I had a blister on my finger or if I cut my finger. Alright, I have to clean the air fryer. We're making wings last night. Hey, lay down for a bit. Good luck with your pasta, Ghost. Hope it's delicious. Thank you, Foxbox. I appreciate it. You know, if you ever said that to me, I would permanently remove my mod badge. 1985's the sequel. Okay, it must have been pretty bad. It must have been pretty bad then. What does channeling in Magic the Gathering mean? You look it up, but the girlfriend thought it'd be funny to ask chat. Is it specifically in Magic the Gathering? Because I could give you it. Because I can make some shit up. I only objectify handsome, sexy men. We also made that chat. For those that don't know the ghost lore, the reason we made that rule, if it doesn't fly in a fem chat, it doesn't fly here, is because we had a couple gay chatters in, and they were like begging Keko to do shit. And then Keko was doing it because he was an asshole. And I'm like, hey, stop objectifying streamers or friends of streamers. And it was actually originally Rosie's rule. Rosie was all over that shit. Shout out Rosie. Rosie does Woman. She hasn't streamed in a while because she's somewhere else. But she's done pretty much all of the emotes on the channel. She's done all the emotes, and then obviously as well as Ari too.
Site-wide ban for jokingly objectifying Austin Show in a Sans chat. No joke. I haven't done it since. Damn. Did the mod? Did the mods ban you? Or Twitch did? RIP wrote. She's not dead. She's not dead. Shit. Ugh. Got me again. All right, there. Relax in peace, Roasty. I actually, when Ari did the emotes, I had messaged Rosie and asked how she was, and I asked her if she could do emotes for me. But she said she wasn't available. Follows your butt more than your face. Well, Zed, the camera knows what people want. Streaming setup tour. Did you see the setup, Otto? Gold, did you tag Emmy for that? Maybe one day we'll do a setup tour. Right now, I'm not sure if I have stuff that could potentially dox me up or not. So I'm not trying to do that. Hi, Ghost. Hi, Lid. How are you? Nice to see you in here. Wait, VIP? Did I always have this badge? I don't know. Camera following you is pretty sweet. Yeah, that's the gimbal. And I got it for IRL streams. I paid a lot for it, but I'm okay with it because it keeps it level. I was noticing during the TwitchCon that the camera wasn't level sometimes. So it keeps it level and then also can track me and everything like that. So at some point, I'm hoping that I can stream either a baseball workout for myself or even my games. Good, thank you. How are you? Thank you for the badge. You're so stinking sweet. I do what I can, Lid. Also, I have a shit ton of VIP badges, so I might as well hand them out to everybody that I'm friends with. Might need one just to troll people that come over. just have it follow people. Possibly have shit that can. Can't imagine you don't. Yeah. My high school helmet is hanging up, so I was a little worried about that too. At this point, people don't have VIPs are more special. Well, Otto. Oh, Otto, is that why you un-VIP'd yourself? Is that why you un-VIP'd yourself? So you classify yourself as more special because you don't have a VIP? Alright. Time to wash the air fryer after making wings last night. It does get a little screwy sometimes with the tracking, which happened earlier, but gotta get all that chicken fat, chat. Oh my god, I'm a friend. Listen, why have enemies when you can have friends? Chat and friends are my biggest oppositions. Back, we had chicken cutlets, nice. I just wanted to be with my proletarian brethren. It's literally a cup of ghosts saying we aren't friends. Yeah. Do exclamation point Becca. Do exclamation point Becca. Someone in the chat.
Does anybody have food that won't roll away from me? Like the coconut?
Yeah, come here.
Bro,
Is that it?
fuck melatonin, dude. I am so grogged out.
No, this is when Becca called me. A genius. Becca, not friend? Yeah, that's it.
Clip it. Chat, clip it. Clip it. Becca called me a genius.
Ghost just said we aren't friends.
Clip
so
it. Clip
that's
it.
I
Becca
guess.
called me a genius. Becca called me a genius. She called me a genius. Clip it. Clip it.
That's a better clip. That's a better clip.
Oh? I'm not friends with Becca, though.
It's true.
Okay, I gotta be productive. Lurk. He knew what he was doing. I did not know what I was doing. Chat, it may look like I know what I'm doing, but I really don't know what I'm doing most of the time. He knew. I did not know. I did not know, Becca. Cross my heart, hope to die. Fake it till you make it. 100%. 100. All right, 15 minutes left, chat. 15 minutes left. Also, if any of y'all have streaks, make sure you catch the VOD from the 30-minute one from earlier. But I had to restart because I had to update. I had to update an app to get this to work properly. Becca, when are you doing a cooking stream? You don't have to show your face. You can just show. I guess you would be showing your hands while you're cooking. I've done 2 cooking streams now, chat. Did you garlic butter up your buns during the last bathroom break? No, I didn't, cheeky. Everything's a computer. Everything needs an app. Well, I needed the app in order to connect it to my phone. Probably never. I don't really like clicking. It makes me anxious. Oh. Back up. Well, Becca, I'll get up to Buffalo. And then I could jump across to Toronto and see some of my friends in Toronto. And then I'll bounce around and see if I can find you in the Northeast, wherever you're at. So the Phillies lost. The Phillies suck. Once again, my Philadelphia sports teams are horrible. What else is new? There we go. We need to dry this off. I like to dry off my air fryer by turning on the air fryer and letting it dry shit. Said it once, I'll say it again. Eagles. Go Birds! Go Birds! Go Birds. Alright. So it's a 250 for 8 minutes. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna wash the sink. You gotta visit Jacob in Buffalo. I hear he's from there. Yeah. Well, we got friends in Toronto too. And then I said, when I'm traveling that area, I'll see if I can meet up with you wherever you are in the Northeast. Cubs lost to the Nats. Oof. Take care of Ghost when he's here, don't worry. Leaving my window open all day, regulate heat better. Just covering everything in my room with pollen. Oof. Oh, that sucks. And you're allergic to it? That's brutal. I had some of my players, they were sneezing and stuff. I sneezed a little bit. It might be a little bit of allergies, but I'm usually not that bad in this area. So. Which fucking pollen down here? Freshman sophomore year, AC didn't work, so I had the window open year round. My fan got so caked in pollen, it literally wouldn't come off. Oh my god, that's crazy. Chat, I'm not looking forward to when I move out of this apartment, because I do not want to clean this shit at all. All right. All right, I gotta do laundry. Have you tried shoving pollen directly in your nose? Classic. All right, chat. I'm gonna have it not follow me now because I need to get my laundry. And then we're gonna clean up the floor. Actually, you can follow me while I'm putting laundry away. Chat, I have water below my dryer. Is that bad? It's just like little drops of water. Oh, shit. Damn it, I dried my waterproof socks. That's not good. They're no longer gonna be waterproof. Fuck. Oh, that's what I get for rushing. I'm still blaming Kiddo. Alright. Okay, stop following me. Stop. There we go. Ghost said no free panties. What? Are you blaming Kidda for your laundry? Because Kidda wanted me to stream. So I was rushing to get stream started. Michael Frumpleland, thank you for the follow. So you create a problem and automatically blame a Latina woman, classic male. Fuck you, Gigi. Alright, chat. I'm going to throw this in my bedroom, and then I'm going to get stuff together and whatnot. You said we couldn't see your laundry? I mean, you saw it. I might fold laundry later. And then maybe you can see it. Pay for them panties? Yeah. Chat, how about should we do a subscription goal? And then if we hit the goal, then y'all will get a bedroom tour and I'll fold laundry. Nah, I don't want to exploit you guys like that. All right, let's see. All right, chat. Uppies, uppies, uppies. There we go. All right. I'm gonna put y'all over here, right here, and then put stuff away. Stop. Stop. There we go.
Oh man, yeah, that sounds terrible. Also staying late today too. Oh man, what the hell? Get the hell out of there.
How tall are you, Ghost? Ghost gives off some 5'8" energy. That's my bet. I feel like he's 5'6". I'm 5'6". I'm 5'6", chat. I am 5'6". I say 5'8" on a good day. But then when people give me a look, I say 5'7", and then when they give me another look, I'm like, fine, I'm 5'6". So. All right. So ironically, chat, I have a Roomba. I have a Roomba whose name is Rosie as well, which was named, my previous girlfriend named the robot. Because it said that, well, Rosie the robot from the Jetsons, and then also it's got like a red hint to it too. So I kept the name. So I let Rosie do a lot of the grunt work. And then I just mop up afterwards. So, put this here. Then I'll run this. Air fryer stuff is done drying. So I'm gonna let Rosie get most of the scraps and everything, and then I'll use the brush to get whatever Rosie doesn't get. And then I'm gonna steam mop. Rosie, you weren't supposed to go in there. You weren't supposed to go in there. You're supposed to go over here. There we go. Only 4 inches taller than me. 5'6", technically a little taller, but trying to do activism by rounding down. Everybody's 6 foot, chat. Everybody's 6 foot. Looking at Insta 360 gimbals. This one comes with spotlight that went on the gimbal. It looks like a pair of balls from the angle of the image. Yeah, this one's a 360 gimbal too. Rosie's a vacuum. Yeah, Rosie is a vacuum. It's a Roomba. Yeah, she sucks. Are you listening, Goose? All right, we got about 2 minutes left. Also, if any of you are old enough to remember the Jetsons, the maid was named Rosie as well. Okay. All right. So, I have the steam mop there. I'm gonna fill up the steam mop. So chat, with my steam mop, it's supposed to be distilled water, but filtered water works. That jug that I have in the fridge, which I've shown on stream, I fill with filtered water. So that's how I fill up my water. But I got it because I wanted to fill up my water faster for stream. So, fun fact, Leroy from the Jetsons' name was Jenkins. Did he play WoW? Wait, that's Elroy. Yeah, Elroy. All right, there's some shit on the floor. So a lot of this stuff that's on the floor is actually from my slippers. Because my slippers have shit on the bottom. Alright, chat. The food is done baking. The food is done baking. So we need to pull it out. Come on. Track me. It's a little low. Millennials in chat? Yeah. Call up Goose. Sorry, I'm inclusive. I respect the elderly. Fuck you, Goose. Fuck you, Goose. Alright, there's a lot of noise going on right now. Wash my hands before I touch the food. Alright, stove is not hot anymore. So I can set the baking pans right on top. So let's put this up top. So now we will cook it uncovered. We will cook both of them uncovered at 375 for 10 minutes. So that will melt. That will put a little crisp on the cheese. Shit. Right. Trying to get as much off the foil as I can. Because everybody loves cheese, chat, right? What year were you born? Me? Oh, cheeky. Someone sent me a Dunka latte? Becca, do I just send it to somewhere generic in the Northeast? Ah, this one's better. I didn't lose as much cheese on this one. Chat, I'm so hungry. I'm so fucking hungry. All right, chat. Let's take a look at it. There you go, chat. There's the food. There it is. Shit is delicious. Alright. The phone is dying, so I need to get a cable. There we go. All right. So we should be good now. I think the phone is charging. Oh, God. I can't see the phone if it's tracking me. It's not charging. It's not charging. What the fuck? Why is the phone? Sorry, chat, you're up close and personal with me right now. Oh, it's right here. There we go. Now the phone's charging. Now we're good. Now we're good. There we go. We barely saw it, by the way. Sticks facing. Beck is from Portland. Yeah. Typical white man behavior to name your vacuum a fem name. I didn't name it, Cheeky. My previous girlfriend named it. It wasn't me. Oh, chat. It's also the bottom of the hour, which means I need to run a 3-minute ad, which is running right now. Is that your Roomba making the noise? Yes. Yes, it is. All right, chat. Here's the food. Here's the food. We got to stick it back in the oven. Stick it back in the oven. You get... oh, not the light. Shit. We need to stick it back in the oven to get crispness on top. So that's what we're going to do. It might be the worst sound in the world. Your face is the worst sound in the world, Auto. Beautiful. Your food looks good. Much better. There you go. All right. So we got to pop it in. Pop it in the oven. Also, chat, mukbang stream is only at 100 subs. So if we get to 100 subs this stream, we'll do a mukbang stream. And there's the smoke alarm. That was the worst sound in the world, Auto. All right, timer. 10 minutes. Boom. Okay. Ghost is sticking it in. Sticking all that meat back in. The meat is already in. Quickly pan-sear your baked ziti. Pan-sear it? You can also broil it, too. You could broil it to get the top... burn the top of the cheese. Or to crisp the top of the cheese. My ant bait. Put this here. Chat, steam mops are goats. My mom got it for me. That's awesome. I love crispy cheese. Blowtorch more fun? Yeah, you can do that too. So once Rosie gets done here, then I will steam mop the floor. And at that point, the food should be done and cooled. Chat, I'm finding dead ants everywhere. Oh my god, there's rosemary from when I did my turkey in November. Fuck. Oh, I'm making a mess. Making a mess over an area that Rosie already did. Chat. Thinking about getting thinking about getting an Apple Watch so that when I do stream like this, I can see the chat. But I don't have shit. Because you're gonna have to start enforcing some rules here. Ass stream. Well, Otto, if you were a mod, you could enforce them. You don't get the surface area of the torch, though. Chat, if you were a pasta dish, what would you be? Hi, Emmy. How was your stream? I was in there. Hell no, I ain't doing unpaid labor. Based. Okay. All right, Rosie's is finishing up. Now we sit here and wait. I guess I could also do, I think it'd be baked ziti. Angel hair pasta with meatballs. That was good. Thanks for lurking. No problem. I don't know. I guess I sit here and wait for Rosie. Shit. Chat, I've had my air off, or I've had my like heating off for, I think almost a month now to try to save some money on electric. Hurry up and wait. Yeah. Rosie's fucking up my ant traps. Okay. She's good. She's finishing up. She's doing the edge now. ZD's another 5 minutes. And then we let it sit for a little bit. Edging, I've heard of it. Yeah. Yep. Probably not the same thing. Basic and tolerable when there's no better alternative. Owen. Owen classic. Classic. Chat, do you like these streams? Should I do more of these? Zeno knows edging too. Do you like when I do these streams? I know Plank will want me to do like a steak stream, but y'all, the smoke alarms will go off like crazy. That'll be rough. I'll have to cook with like a higher smoke temp than what I normally do. And I was looking at it. The problem is I have so much vegetable oil. I love daytime stream. I like this. Is good for co-working. Yeah. I'd like to do daytime streams more often, but I work during the day, so that's the problem. Ladies streams are fun. Yeah, I want to stream during the day, but I'm working while the sun's up, unfortunately. So I don't really have a choice. Unfortunately, that's my job. So that's why I stream late nights. While the sun's down. If I get more subs, though, then I can spend more time doing daytime streams. So, I think there's still 35% off subs. I think there's a couple hours left. What's up, Zane? Welcome in. My lady forgot I have an appointment today and she's not here. Oh. Oh, is that why you had to leave, kiddo? Wait, what lady? What lady, kiddo? Mute the Roomba? You don't like the Roomba, Otto? It's almost done. I said I'm doing chores. This is doing chores. Oh, hair lady. Oh. Kiddo, don't let the other lady fuck your hair. Making my head vibrate? My bad. Is the noise gate on now? Is this better, Otto? Or is this worse? Is this worse? Worse? Okay. Alright, so the noise gate's on. That's all I can do. She's almost done. I'm letting her finish her work. Also, best part of having a Roomba is multitasking. So while they're doing the vacuuming, you can do other shit. Which I'm talking to you, chat. She messed up your beautiful brows last time? Oof. Kidda got the undercut wolf cut. Almost a wolf cut, but she got the undercut. So she was telling me about it. How she was so happy with the cut. Because it made her hair much lighter. Ghost is in the kitchen where a man belongs? Sure. Listen, chat. I would love to be in a relationship where all I gotta do is do the cooking and the cleaning. I would date and marry a breadwinner. I have no problems with that. Because then we'd have two incomes and we could actually afford shit instead of me being a broke ass all the time. Shorter length in my next appointment. Kidda looks so fucking hot with her new hair. Doesn't Kidda always look hot? Alright, chat. The ziti's done. Ziti's done. Come on, Rosie. Get out the way. Come on, Rosie. There we go. Rosie's done. Rosie's done, chat. Right. There. And boom. Chat, can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see the food? Kind of hate with that one. Ghost, join the commune. Do we have a commune? Oh my god, you're making some for class? Yes, I am. Oh yeah, Rosie, shut up. Alright. Let me show y'all. Shit, disconnected? Oops. There you go, chat. Now we let it sit for 5 minutes. We let it sit for 5 minutes, chat. Which is just the perfect amount of time. Just the perfect amount of time to do some mopping. That's what we're gonna do. Also, the phone's about to die. The phone's about to die, so it's perfect timing. Still something getting through the noise gate. Do you have the TV on? Yes. Yeah, I have Jake's stream on. It's probably pretty loud. Oh, shit. There we go. Oh, Auto just got the stream set up. Auto just saw the stream setup. Does that satisfy you? Gotta fix AC in the truck. This is amazing. I want some. Lit, I'll send it over to you. All right, I gotta move Rosie. I gotta remove Rosie back to her hub. Chat, my hair has been short for like 9 months now, and there's still fucking hair everywhere. It is ridiculous. It is insane how much hair I had when I had the long hair. RP Jolly. All right, chat. Let's plug this in. Let's do some mopping. Come on. There we go. Come on. Come on. Trying to get this temperature. There we go. Also, it's staring at my butt again. Thanks for sending it over. I'll send you some Yorkshire puddings as a thank you. Yeah, don't send me that. Don't send me that, Liz. I don't need that stuff. There we go. All right. Now we mopping. Ugh. Chat, this is way easier than actual mopping. And you don't have to deal with dirty mop heads. Well, you have to deal with dirty mop heads, but you don't have to deal with a bucket of water and straining it and everything. It does the job. All right. Go. All right. Sweet. Done. Done. Perfect. Voila. So, we are good now. I'm going to stop tracking, and I'm going to go get set up on my actual stream setup. All right. All right, chat. Turn this back on. And then I'll leave this here. And I can turn my phone off and take off the... Everybody calls it wash your sister sauce. Yes, I do, actually. So offer them any Worcestershire sauce. People are not meant to live there. For real, glad you're moving somewhere colder. Maybe. Steam mops are magic. Yes, steam mops are the best. Steam mops are the best. My mom turned me on to them. And they're pretty incredible. Chat. Working on getting my phone out. Disconnect. Charge my phone. All right, sweet. Done. Done. All right, so that's done. Plug in the gimbal so it's charged the next time I use it. That down there. All right. She actually lives in the north of Ireland now. Owen? Oh. My friend Sophie is from Worcestershire. Having a partner is so great. She's so wonderful. Emmy is making food while I start taking notes for my midterm. Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. All right, I can go back to my regular mic. So now we're good. North of Ireland. Yes, it is the north of Ireland, not Northern Ireland. All right, so I can take this out. Drop that down. That. Here. So chat, how was that? Did you like that? Did you like that little departure from what we normally do here? Keep telling Kaz he needs to lead the reunification. Reunification will happen. The reunification will happen in our lifetime. It'll happen. 7 to 10 would watch again. Nice. Well, you will be able to watch it when I upload it onto the VOD later, onto the VOD channel. Which, when I upload it onto the VOD channel, I will combine the two. Streams. So, just as a heads up, again for everybody, if you have a watch streak for the stream, make sure you watch the VOD of the other stream. Make sure you watch the VOD of the other stream. Because I had to end stream because I had to update the software to get it to work. So I keep sending those while I'm working on something else. She's cute like that. She has her own Twitch account that follows you too. Yeah, I know she does. She's been in here. We picked up a couple followers in here, chat. We picked up a couple followers in here while I was cooking and cleaning. I kind of like this. Is fun. It's really weird walking around the apartment talking though, and not seeing the chat and not seeing what's going out. Hi, Icon. Oh, just stop. Chat, go follow Kate too. Also, is Keko going to be pissed that he missed it?
Sorry, guys. Did we see that? Did we see that?
Shouty.
Hello?
Otto is not following. Oh, chat. You should make sure that you don't play. You should make sure you don't play. Heat is on. Oh, also somebody redeemed stand up. Yeah, Lemon redeemed stand up, so I need to stand up. Jelly, how many divas got to spend time with the icon Kate this weekend? What? What was Kate doing this weekend? Also, chat, give me a second. All right. Doesn't kill you yet. Con makes you more of an icon. True. Here. So. All right, chat. So let's do some React content. Let's do some React content. While I'm eating. Does anybody have any fun stuff to react to? The stuff I have is kind of more serious, and I'd rather not eat and watch serious stuff. Watch it. I did a thing video already. Watch Ben a minute. What have we watched? I've been to all these this week, Otto. React to these nuts, got them. What are we reacting to? Iran war. Actually, we could react to stuff about Cuba. We could react to some Cuba history. That's a longer react. Got to meet Spud this weekend too. That's awesome. Goes and I met her at TwitchCon in San Diego. Yep. You like movie analysis videos? I'll watch them on my own. I would love to watch One Piece. I would love to watch One Piece analysis videos with you all, but I don't want to spoil anything for you all. For you all that will be watching One Piece.
This program is brought.
Haven't seen a single epi yet. Might watch one day. Should. It's incredible. I suggest if the anime length intimidates you, then you should do the live action. And if you like the live action, then you could jump into the anime. If you want. Fork, I don't have YouTube on my phone anymore. No. All right, chat. In defense of Cuba, how the media lies to you, because we all know here the media doesn't lie ever. But here, so I'm gonna start the video, and I'm gonna be eating while we watch the video. But while the video is playing, I'm gonna be grabbing. So here we go, chat.
Brought to you by Exter.
Oh,
As always, source material will be cited in the corner of the screen throughout the video. Enjoy. In case you were unaware, there exists a small island nation less than 100 miles off the coast of the mainland USA with quite the reputation. A lot is said about this country, and the opinions held about it vary massively. If you listen to those sympathetic to the revolutionary history of Cuba, you'll be told the story of a selfless island nation off the coast of the world's most violent empire that, despite its struggles, which are almost entirely the result of economic warfare waged against it by the United States, gives whatever it can to those in need. Whether that be military assistance to those fighting white supremacists in southern Africa, offering medical aid to others, or even dramatically improving the quality of life domestically relative to the inequality and torture overseen on the island by the previous US-backed dictatorship. But who cares what this guy thinks? I mean, who even is that? These guys are the ones who know what they're talking about.
Cuba is the epicenter, is the headquarters of evil in the Western Hemisphere.
Socialist dictator who murdered all dissidents.
What could you possibly say that's positive about a man like Fidel Castro?
We are sitting in a dangerous predicament.
He actually created a giant gulag.
I fucked up. I gotta put it back. My bad. Professional streamer. Yeah. Here you go. I'll restart it.
This program is brought to you by Exter.
Emily showed that new content cop iDubbbz did on Ethan. It made me really exasperated with the dumb shit in it. The button sent me reeling for like 20 minutes. Yeah, that was the content cop was pretty good. Forgot to switch. I know.
As always, source material will be cited in the corner of the screen throughout the video. Enjoy.
I fucked up. My bad.
In case you were unaware, there exists a small island nation less than 100 miles off the coast of the mainland USA with quite the reputation. A lot is said about this country, and the opinions held about it vary massively. If you listen to those sympathetic to the revolutionary history of Cuba, you'll be told the story of a selfless island nation off the coast of the world's most violent empire that, despite its struggles, which are almost entirely the result of economic warfare waged against it by the United States, gives whatever it can to those in need. Whether that be military assistance to those fighting white supremacists in southern Africa, offering medical aid to others, or even dramatically improving the quality of life domestically relative to the inequality and torture overseen on the island by the previous US-backed dictatorship. But who cares what this guy thinks? I mean, who even is that? These guys are the ones who know what they're talking about.
Cuba is the epicenter, is the headquarters of evil in the Western Hemisphere.
Socialist dictator who murdered all dissidents.
What could you possibly say that's positive about a man like Fidel Castro?
We are sitting in a dangerous predicament.
He actually created a giant gulag and sentenced everybody in the country to stay in it.
Wait, what? No, within just 2 years of the revolution, 200,000 Cubans emigrated, and over 500,000 left during its first decade. And Cuba went on to
Yeah, also, we talk about fucking gulags and shit. The United States has, like, what? They make up 4% of the world's population. They make up 25% of the world's incarcerated. Like, what the fuck? You're talking about the United States of America. The United States of America throws more people in jail than Cuba does.
experienced levels of immigration comparable to those of its neighboring countries in the late 20th.
Fun fact, Cuba trains and exports doctors to Central and South America. Yes, they do. They have also a 100% literacy rate, as well as the most doctors per capita.
Century. While Cubans did need exit paperwork, and this process was often a bureaucratic mess, one of the main bottlenecks was often the receiving country, especially the US, which restricted legal visas while rewarding undocumented arrivals, seemingly encouraging the kind of dramatic spectacles that could be used for propaganda. And Fidel Castro himself declared the revolution strictly voluntary, and he even facilitated periodic mass exoduses, later agreeing to a US proposed airlift when dangerous sea departures became common. God damn it, Ben, you make it so hard for me to make a funny little montage when I have to pause and refute your bullshit. It's such a buzzkill.
We are on the edge of war and have been for some time.
He exiled all religious figures.
No, he didn't.
100 years from now, historians are going to look at Fidel Castro and say, this guy was able to supersede Lenin and Stalin.
Under Bautista, Cuba was one of the richest countries in Latin America.
Fidel was a genius at evil, and right now they're ending those. Their days are numbered.
Che Guevara said, there's a direct quote from Che, this piece of crap who you see people walk.
Bro, it's so fucking funny that they try to paint Lenin as this fucking horrible person when Lenin is like, if I could do a speck of the shit that Lenin was able to do to uplift people in my life will be successful. Like, it's fucking insane how they're trying to paint Lenin as a bad person. Stalin, not a great person, not a great person, kind of a great leader, or kind of not a great leader. Guy very fucking paranoid and shit. But Lenin was like not remotely close to fucking evil. The evil part about Lenin is that he helped lead a fucking proletariat revolution to release the proletariat from the fucking chains that were holding them back. Ridiculous.
Walking around with his face on t-shirts. It's like walking around, again, with a Stalin t-shirt. So to send men to the firing squad, judicial proof is unnecessary, is what Che Guevara said. These
he didn't say that. Chat. Chat, there's the ziti. That's what we made today. You can see the steam coming off it. It's gonna be delicious. Anyway. Lenin catches too many strays? Yeah, it's ridiculous. Also, chat, you should read Lenin.
Procedures are an archaic bourgeois detail. This is a revolution. And a revolutionary must become a cold-killing machine motivated by pure hate. We must create a pedagogy of the paradigm. That's the execution law.
Wait, they're saying this is a straight quote? They're saying this is a straight quote from Che? Come on.
This is a fabrication. Che never said this. It's attributed to Che, but in reality, it's the result of splicing together a bunch of random shit to form a blurb he never said nor wrote. In fact, this Frankenstein of a quote is contradicted by the historical record and does not represent Che's actions. For example, he never said judicial proof is unnecessary. In reality, he explicitly warned his judges to be scrupulous about weighing the evidence in each case so as not to give the revolution's enemies additional ammunition, wrote the foremost biographer on Guevara, John Lee Anderson. And the judge who gathered evidence and sat on the appellate bench with Che stated that, "We gave each case due and fair consideration and we didn't come to our decisions lightly." So again, Ben is lying.
It's kind of crazy. I love that one piece flag with Cuba in the frame. It's kind of funny that, like, it's incredible that the revolutionaries at the time knew what was going to be used against them and literally did everything in their ability to make sure that that wasn't used against them. And they still are fucking lied about constantly.
No primary source to substantiate the claim that this quote was said or written by Che. It doesn't exist, and Che's actions contradict it. Are you going to let me do my montage now, dude?
Che Guevara, worse than Castro, obviously wasn't an official dictator, but what he wanted. Picture Adolf Hitler, who's bad, without the, some would call it charm.
Bro, what? You're saying Hitler was more charming than Castro? Like, come on, dude, you're a Nazi. Crowder, you're a fucking Nazi.
He asked the Soviet Union to actually nuke the United States.
Che Guevara was less charming than Adolf Hitler.
Mass murdering.
Okay, that's not true at all. Che is one of the fucking most good-looking men ever. Also Fidel. They're both very fucking good-looking. Crazy. And very charming. Like, that's insane to say that about either one of them.
For all of my criticisms of Adolf Hitler, he was punctual.
Summary executions. Again, tens of thousands of people murdered.
We're Cuban Americans from Miami.
But in all seriousness, if you live in the West, odds are you've been raised to think the worst about Cuba. From stories of an evil dictator, Fidel Castro, seizing power against the wishes of the population, then stealing everything for himself and plunging what was once a rich and prosperous country into ruin, to tales about the supposedly...
Crazy. Not true at all. Not true at all. He literally didn't steal shit from his people. Now capitalists and shit, and people that were exploiting people and that were fucking slave owners, yeah, he took it away from them to free those people. The fact that hundreds of thousands of Cubans followed an Argentinian man to liberate them, yeah, not charming at all.
Racist and homophobic revolutionary doctor Che Guevara, who apparently gave up on his Hippocratic oath and decided to Michael Myers his way across the island.
I didn't realize Che was a doctor. That makes him so much more of a badass.
For no good reason.
Did you know that Che Guevara, was he the Cuban guy?
Well, he...
Or was that Castro?
Castro was
yeah.
Cuban. Che, he was part of the Cuban Revolution. He wasn't Cuban himself.
Yeah, Che, the revolutionary, he once executed a 12-year-old for being too anti-revolutionary. Shot him in the face, bro.
Yeah, no, he didn't do that. This is what...
Projection, chat. For those that don't know who that was Ethan Klein, who consistently defends Israel and the genocide that is committing. It's projection. Every accusation is a confession. For instance, he says Che was the executioner of innocents all the way from Sierra Maestra to Campana prison. To this point, I point out, while Che did indeed execute people in an episode I've gone into length in my book, I've yet to find a single credible source pointing to a case where Che executed an innocent. Those persons executed by Guevara and his orders were condemned for usual crimes punishable by death at times of war, or in its aftermath, desertion, treason, or crimes such as rape, torture, or murder. I should add that my research spanned 5 years and included anti-Castro Cubans among Cuban American exile community in Miami and elsewhere. Jesus Christ. That's like the complete opposite of what he fucking said.
Happens when you get all of your news from either Reddit or ChatGPT. You've surely heard about the poverty and the economic hardships in Cuba, which are supposedly solely the result of godless communist economics and not the blockade levied against Cuba by the United States, one that has been nearly unanimously condemned by the United Nations, with the predictable, consistent exceptions of the Yankees and Israel, though that list has grown in recent years to include other loyal dogs of U.S. imperialism, like Javier Milei's Argentina. The point I'm trying to make here is not that Cuba is some perfect paradise. It isn't. It's far from it, and people are suffering. It's true that I myself fall into the camp of Cuba sympathizers, but my goal with this video isn't to sell you the idea that Cuba is a utopia. It's to fill you in on an alternative perspective that gets relentlessly demonized in the West, to maybe challenge some of your preconceptions about the island, and to show you how the real history of Cuba...
Yeah, chat. It's the same reason this whole fucking stream exists and my YouTube channel exists. It's not to fucking change your mind. It's to get viewers to be like, oh, I was wrong about this. Maybe all the information that's getting fed to me is incorrect. And that maybe I should be more critical of the things that are being fed to me. Maybe I should look at things a little bit differently. watched this recently. Yeah, Hassan watched it, and I wanted to watch it on stream. He went to Cuba to help train doctors. That's how he got involved. Interesting.
Is one of anti-colonial struggle against the world's most brutal empires, and then decades of punishment for successfully throwing off the yoke of imperialism. If I can't get you to change your mind about the country, at the very least, this video will exist to show you who exactly you've been told to despise. You can decide for yourself whether the aggression toward Cuba is warranted, whether it deserves the designation in the United States as a so-called state sponsor of terrorism, or whether the country's economic issues are the result of economic illiteracy or a cruel and frankly genocidal blockade. In the spirit of full transparency, this video will start with the Spanish.
I don't like thinking. It makes me sad. That's right. It makes me sad. I don't like thinking at all.
Spanish colonization of Cuba, then move into the period when the United States took over the exploitation, before getting into Fidel Castro's revolution and the relentless sabotage waged against the country by the US. Along the way, I'll be refuting the usual anti-Cuba tropes as they come up. Before we get started, I want to take a minute to thank today's sponsor, Exter. We talk a lot on this channel about valuing things that are built to last as opposed to designed for obsolescence, and Exter actually puts that into practice by making gear for the long haul. Their new Card Holder Pro is made from 100% recycled aluminum, no plastic, so it's eco-friendly, and it comes with a lifetime warranty. It has an upgraded metal ejector trigger that fans your cards out cleanly and makes sure you're never awkwardly fumbling at the checkout again. What really turns this into a full system is the Finder Card, a thin tracker that fits right on top, links to your phone, and makes your wallet effectively unlosable. That peace of mind is huge if you're constantly traveling or out in the field doing research. And for those trips, their Travel Pack Vacuum Kit is a total game changer. It could triple your packing space using anti-rip nylon bags and a portable USB-C rechargeable pump, keeping your gear compressed,
we watched a video the other day
hygienic without
that had
adding
the same
Exter is currently running a spring sale until April 13th with up to 45% off. And if you use the promo code OVERZEALOTS, you'll get an extra 20% off for a limited time. Click the link below and shop with confidence knowing that Exter offers a 100-day money-back guarantee. Now let's get back to the video.
Oh, it was been a minute, wasn't it?
In 1492, the infamous colonizer Christopher Columbus came in contact with and reported on the existence of a beautiful island we now know as Cuba. It wasn't actually Columbus who launched the conquest of Cuba, and it wouldn't be for another 19 years until somebody did. And that someone was a Spanish conquistador by the name of Diego de Velázquez, who invaded and started the Spanish colonization of the island in 1511. Prior to his conquest, Cuba was inhabited by multiple groups indigenous to the Americas. The earliest to arrive on the island were the Guanahatabes, migrants from the forests of northern South America who lived hunter-gatherer lifestyles. Soon after came the Cibone, and then the Taino. The Taino, made up the majority of the population by the time of contact with the Spanish, were skilled agriculturalists and very hospitable, according to Spanish accounts. They cultivated yucca root, which they baked into cassava bread, grew cotton, tobacco, and lived in houses known as bohíos, structures designed so efficiently that Spanish settlers were quick to copy them, and which remain a feature of Cuban architecture today. In fact, the very name Cuba comes from the Taino language. Now, the reason I'm telling you all of this is to weed out the presumptions that many Westerners hold about indigenous societies and the perceived superiority of the European way of life. The truth is, fruitful, ingenious, and rich in—
What do those houses look like?
Cassava bread, grew cotton, tobacco, and lived in houses known as bohíos, structures designed so efficiently that Spanish settlers were quick to copy them, and which remain a feature of Cuban architecture today. In fact, the very name Cuba comes from the Taino language. Now, the reason I'm telling you all of this is to weed out the presumptions that many Westerners hold about indigenous societies and the perceived superiority of the European way of life. The truth is, fruitful, ingenious, and rich indigenous cultures have existed all over the world prior to European settler colonialism, and unfortunately, many of us will never know about them. The arrogance of the colonizer is such that replacing a rich indigenous culture with a system of colonial looting and slavery is somehow branded as an improvement, and in some cases, portrayed as a great favor done to the colonized peoples. But that isn't true. In Cuba's case, the immense suffering inflicted on the island stands as a direct testament to the ills of colonialism and the post-colonial legacy it left behind. Once the Spanish took over the island, they enacted the encomienda system. As historian Greg Grandin explains in his book, America, America, the encomienda system in the context of the Americas refers to a kind of slavery, but indios encomendados, or commended Indians, weren't considered private property or chattel. Rather, they were formerly something like wards, members of an existing village or community who, in exchange for labor, were to receive instruction in Christian doctrine from their
Jesus
overlords,
Christ.
their guardian encomenderos.
According to my Puerto Rican relatives, my ancestors were Taino. Oh, that's cool. Semi related, I saw some Spanish parliament members calling for the dissolution of the monarchy. Based.
The encomienda was important, but it was just one of many coerced labor systems. As the indigenous workforce began to deplete due to mistreatment and disease, the Spanish, starting in the 1520s, began bringing over African slaves in large numbers to fill their roles. By the late 1700s, in response to the sugar boom, huge waves of enslaved Africans were brought to Cuba to work on sugar plantations. This sharpened the class contradictions, exacerbated racial stratification, and solidified Cuba as a racial slave state. For those who may be unfamiliar, the Spanish imposed brutal racial hierarchies in their colonies. In Cuba, it looked roughly like this. Peninsulars, white Spaniards born in Spain, were at the top. Below them were Creoles, the descendants of Spanish colonizers born in the Americas. And beneath them were indigenous and African peoples, with free people of color, which Cuba had a relatively large number of, placed above enslaved Africans. While the Spanish originally envisioned their colonies as a binary system of two legally distinct republics, the Republic of Spaniards and the Republic of Indians, as they referred to it, this framework fell apart fairly quickly, especially in Cuba's case, where, largely due to the massive decline of the indigenous population, the mass importation of enslaved Africans, and mixing between all these groups, it devolved into a weird and gross caste system based on blood and lineage, where proximity to blackness placed you lower in the social order. By the mid to late 1800s, the Creoles, the descendants of the Spanish born in Cuba, started to sharpen their nationalist movements and aimed to fight off the Spanish-born peninsulars who had monopolized power. Much of this movement was largely concerned.
How's the ziti? It's incredible. It's fucking delicious. So much so I kind of want to get another plate, even though I'm only halfway through my second plate. But I gotta hold off. Because I need to save it for dinner for the rest of the week.
With maintaining the existing social order, but just swapping the peninsulars at the top with the Creoles, the Cuban-born elites. Even when the 10 Years' War for Independence began in 1868, led by plantation owners who wanted to boot out the Spanish, the movement was conflicted over issues like slavery and maintaining the existing social order. There was, however, a...
That sounds familiar. That sounds like the United States during the American Revolution, when they said all men are created equal. They were literally having conversations about, does that include black people who were enslaved at the time? They literally thought about this, chat. They thought about this, and of course the Southern fucking leaders lost their fucking minds when you're like, how could you think of them as human beings?
Creole by the name of Jose Marti, who despised the racial stratification and sought to unite Cubans of all races in one national liberatory struggle for independence. Marti formed the Cuban Revolutionary Party in 1892 with the goal to unite the fractured independence movements in the country, and by 1895, the final war for Cuban independence from the Spanish began. In just 3 years, the rebels, whom Marti was no longer a part of as he died early in battle, had so badly beaten the Spanish that they were on the verge of collapse. Cuban independence was closer than ever, but the rebels failed to consider one very important thing: the audacity of the United States. See, the U.S.
Did you ask? This was consenting. Did you ask the United States? Did you ask the United States? Did you ask for what the United States thought about this? You two parties are consenting. But did you ask what the United States thought? I made myself linguine alfredo with broccoli, cauliflower, and alfredo air-fried chicken breast.
U.S. had long coveted the island and wanted to take it over from the Spanish. You can see figures...
Bro thought they had sovereignty. No. The United States doesn't believe you have sovereignty unless you got nukes.
Old as Thomas Jefferson and John Quincy Adams fantasizing about this. The U.S. is also notorious for playing dirty, and its meddling in 1898 stripped the hard-earned victory away from the Cuban rebels. As Grandin recounts the story, white and black Cubans fought side by side, with free people of color and former slaves obtaining the highest military ranks. Black officers commanded ordinary soldiers of lighter skin, marching through the Cuban countryside, taking over plantations, setting cane fields ablaze, and occupying villages and cities. In the years after Marti's death, Spain's army had fallen back, disordered and demoralized. There was little doubt that the insurgents would win. Then, on February 15th, 1898, the gunpowder magazines on board the USS Maine exploded, killing most of its crew and sinking the ship, which had been anchored in Havana's harbor. President William McKinley used the explosion, which he blamed on Spain, as a pretext to enter the war, dispatching the U.S. Navy to Puerto Rico, Guam, the Philippines, and Cuba. United States troops easily...
I'm assuming he sent them to Guam and the Philippines to try to take them away from the Spanish.
took Spain's island colonies and, in Cuba, shunted aside the rebel army. A new government, supervised by a military staff that included ex-Confederates like Fitzhugh Lee, Robert E. Lee's nephew, imposed a system of racial segregation roughly based on the model of the post-Reconstruction South. Washington kept...
That's so fucked. That's so fucked. They shoved the rebels away. They literally... The United States was literally vultures trying to get Cuba for their own.
Kept Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Philippines, but granted nominal independence to Cuba. The United States did insist that the new republic include in its constitution a clause called the Platt Amendment after Connecticut Senator Orville Platt that granted the United States the right to intervene in the nation's affairs at will. So, to summarize, the Cuban War for Independence from Spain was fought by Cuban rebels of...
Dude, I don't even think the Korean Constitution and the Japanese Constitution has shit like that. But ultimately, the United States created the South Korean Constitution and the Japanese Constitution. So it's never hypercritical of American interventionalism.
All different backgrounds, united by a shared goal of long overdue liberation and equality, they did all the heavy lifting and brought the Spanish to the brink of collapse. The US then used an explosion on one of its ships as a pretext to declare war on Spain, took over Cuba and occupied it until 1902, sidelined and disbanded the multiracial independence army, who again did all the work, imposed some white supremacists who installed another system of racial segregation, and added a constitutional amendment stipulating that the US could intervene in Cuba however the fuck it wants at any time. Nice. So at this point, the Spanish are out, and the new Cuban Constitution of 1901 gives the Yankees the ability to militarily intervene in Cuba whenever they want, control Cuba's foreign and economic policies, and seize land for U.S. naval bases. This neo-colonial control over Cuba...
You notice the U.S. has a habit of going in to attack people who have no idea the U.S. is at war and say we kick their ass? Yeah. Yep. Vultures.
Cuba allowed for U.S. corporate interests to get extremely rich at the expense of the vast majority of the island's inhabitants. As Aviva Chomsky puts it in her book on the matter, Cuban politics remained hostage to the United States, while U.S. companies and investors took control of the major sectors of Cuba's economy. By 1905, 60% of Cuba's rural land was owned by U.S. citizens or companies. U.S. investors also controlled 90% of Cuba's tobacco trade, the country's iron, copper, and nickel mines, its railroads, and its electricity and telephone systems. And things...
Chat, that would be a monopoly by U.S. citizens across the Cuban industries. That would be a monopoly. And we all know who most of us live in the United States. The United States companies and corporations probably don't have the best interest in... Probably don't have your best interest in mind. Have you listened to the Cuba blowback season? No. I want to listen to the blowback ones, but I haven't had the money to pay for it. But I really want to listen to all the blowback seasons. I feel like that would be really useful stuff for my YouTube videos. We gave them the freedom to loser. True.
Only got worse from there. She goes on to elucidate the state of...
The older seasons are free. Oh, really? I'll have to go check them out then.
Cuba on the eve of the revolution that brought Castro's government to power. One could say that there were at least two Cubas in the 1950s. One was the 1.5 million who were jobless or who belonged to the rural poor, including landless workers and campesinos with small plots. These impoverished Cubans survived mostly on...
Chat, I think there's an independent league in the Pacific Northwest where one of the team's name is Campesinos. I've never knew what that came from. I knew it was some kind of Spanish or Latin American inspiration.
on rice, a few beans, and sugar water, creating the naked children, their swollen stomachs testifying to an unbalanced diet and infection from parasitic worms that sociologist Lori Nelson found everywhere in rural Cuba in 1950. At the other end of the spectrum, the 900,000 or so wealthiest Cubans controlled 43% of the country's income. These were the people who had money to spend on frequent shopping jaunts to Miami, luxurious air-conditioned homes, and even mausoleums complete with elevators, air conditioners, and telephones to make sure they continued to enjoy a high level of comfort in the afterlife. In between, another 3.5 million struggled to make.
U.S. is a guy who breaks a bottle over someone's head from behind, takes his wallet and watched it, and says he was going to kill me if I didn't. Yeah. Campesino means farmer or field worker. Campesinos is like someone who works with land agriculture. Interesting.
Make ends meet. What was it that this little guy was saying again?
Under Bautista, Cuba was one of the richest countries in Latin America. It was on the upswing.
All right, dude, sure.
What?
Cuba's close integration with the U.S. economy meant that almost everything Cubans bought was imported from the United States.
Go figure Ben Shapiro would be fucking defending a goddamn fascist that was overseeing a slave state.
States, and the cost of living was as high or higher than in the United States. But Cuban wages were much lower, and Cubans had none of the social services and guarantees that U.S. citizens enjoyed. Cuba was forced into an all-too-familiar position of dependency, where it would export its raw materials just to import manufactured goods from the imperial core that cost more than it made through its exports. Its resources were coveted and appropriated by the U.S. Vast tracts of Cuban land were held in reserve by American companies, leaving them idle while Cubans remained landless and hungry. Now, in order for the U.S. to maintain this dynamic of subjugating the majority of the Cuban population for the benefit of a slim portion of Cuban elites and U.S. companies.
That sounds familiar. Maybe the same thing's happening in the United States, where the very few elite who think they're elite are actually parasites on the working population. Chat.
It installed a comprador government in Cuba to remain friendly to U.S. interests. That's where this man, Fulgencio Batista, comes into the story. A little context. In 1933, a nationalist government came into power in Cuba, and among other progressive things, it abrogated the Platt Amendment. Remember that thing that gave the U.S. the ability to do whatever it wanted with Cuba? Well, this was...
Batista was an asshat? Yeah, I'm sure we're about to find out.
Unacceptable to the Americans, who were disgusted at the thought of Cubans manufacturing their own destiny, so U.S. officials began conspiring with the Cuban military officer by the name of Batista. U.S. Ambassador Sumner Wells privately cultivated Batista, suggesting to him that the very great majority of the commercial and financial interests in Cuba who are looking for protection could only find such protection in himself, and that the United...
Oh, Batista is who I was thinking, not Bautista? Yeah, I actually thought it was Bautista until I finally read the name. I think during a Wikipedia hole that I fell into.
United States would look approvingly on an overthrow of the revolutionary government. Batista took him up on that offer. He forced the sitting Cuban president to resign, replaced him with a conservative, and in January of 1934, with U.S. support, he began ruling Cuba from behind the scenes as the Army Chief of Staff.
God damn it. Is that FDRL? Is that FDRL? Fucking AFDR. God damn it.
Propping up various civilian presidents to serve as his face. As Aviva Chomsky summarized, directly or behind the scenes, Batista would remain a power maker until 1959. From 1934 to 44 and 1952 to 59, Batista was the ultimate authority in Cuba. And that latter reign of his, the one that's...
FDR was a bit racist too, not as bad as others, but still. No, I knew he had racism streaks, and towards the end, I'm pretty sure he was working towards civil rights plan for black people. But he did lay the groundwork for the civil rights movement. Unfortunately, it was 20 years later. I knew he was racist, or he wouldn't have implemented the policies that he had implemented with the help of the Southern Democrats, which excluded a lot of black people and everything like that. Mumble, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it.
Started in 1952 saw him return to power by force in a coup and establish a brutal US-backed dictatorship, sparking the Cuban Revolution. This is a CIA document comparing the brutality of Fulgencio Batista's regime with the rule of Fidel Castro. It goes on to point out that tens of thousands of individuals were murdered by Batista's regime, that his forces had killed on a whim, and that the anti-Batista forces in the country had the support of up to 90% of the population by 19...
Yeah, chat. Everything that they say against Castro and the Cuban revolutionaries, they're literally saying the stuff that Batista did. Batista was a fucking fascist that was supported by the United States, and most of the Cuban population believed in the Cuban revolutionary thinking, where they were gonna try to get their independence from United States control and Batista forces. And also, from what I understand, during the Cuban Revolution, they weren't like Castro and shit weren't like full blown like communists at that time. They didn't know what kind of system that they were going to create if they were successful with their revolution. So they weren't overturning the Batista government with having a communist system put in place in mind. They figured that stuff out later.
1958. And crucially, it goes on to write that the large-scale campaigns of murders and terrorism characteristic of the last years of the Batista regime have not occurred during the Castro regime.
That's crazy. That's crazy. The CIA is fucking saying that. The CIA is saying that. The CIA is saying that the Castro regime was significantly better than the Batista regime.
JFK commented in a 1960 speech, Fulgencio Batista murdered 20,000 Cubans in 7 years, a greater proportion of the Cuban population than the proportion of Americans who died in both world wars. The reason I tell you this is to challenge the narrative that many of us are fed
Communist
about
Intelligence
the Cuban
Agency?
Revolution,
Yeah.
and to show that the vast majority of the population supported Che, Castro, and the rebels, and that the true bloodthirsty tyrant in Cuba was the guy that the Americans propped up. I mean, Batista's ruthless secret police force, the Bureau for the Repression of Communist Activities, was straight up funded and...
That's crazy. That's crazy. That's like the most fucking American agency I've ever heard in my life. Straight up funded and advised by the CIA, of course.
Advised by the CIA. To quickly remind you before we go any further, the state of Cuba prior to the revolution was one where the US had essentially transformed it into a playpen for American companies and elites to get rich at the direct expense of the majority of Cubans who were exploited by this setup. As the renowned journalist...
Yeah, they also made it a haven so that Americans could do fucking debaucherous shit there, like gambling and sex work and all that shit like that. At the expense of the Cuban people.
John Lee Anderson wrote, by the mid-1950s...
Tax evasion too? Yes. That as well. Every colonized portion territory that the United States took over, tax evasion is a very large part of it as well for the wealthy parasitic class.
Cuba was earning a reputation where weekend Americans came to gamble, drink, and carouse with Havana's many prostitutes. A notorious character named Schwartzman ran a theater featuring hardcore blue films and live sex performances, and the American crime syndicates were moving in as well, opening nightclubs and gambling casinos, all at a time where the majority of Cubans were suffering immensely. Now, this segment of the video is not going to be me portraying Cuba as some sort of utopia and acting like everything was smooth sailing the second the rebels took over. It's going to be an honest assessment of Cuba's conditions pre-revolution and how they improved in the years that followed. But first, let's rewind a bit and tell the story of how the revolution came to be. In the wake of Batista's 1952 coup and the subsequent US recognition of his government, a new generation of young activists became directly radicalized. They saw not only their hopes of democracy crushed, but also the US support and co-sign of Batista's tyrannical rule, prioritizing its anti-communist obsession over the well-being of Cubans. One of the individuals radicalized during this time was a young lawyer by the name of Fidel Castro, who, tired of operating strictly through legal means in the face of a dictator who couldn't care less about rules and laws, began embracing armed struggle as a way to achieve liberation. Forgive me if I'm jumping forward a bit here, but it's worth noting that Fidel Castro
Just pausing it for no reason.
Was not originally a communist or even all too hostile to the US. He was an economic nationalist who didn't want to see Cuba ripped off and exploited. This was fully understood by US officials who noted that Castro was appointing relatively conservative and even anti-communist figures to his government once he assumed power, but I'm getting ahead of myself. On July 26, 1953, so just a year after Batista came to power in a coup, Castro led roughly 160 rebels in an attack on the Moncada barracks in Santiago de Cuba, hoping to ignite a mass popular uprising. Militarily, it was a mess. The revolt failed, and many of the rebels were captured, tortured, and executed. Fidel and his brother Raul were imprisoned, but Fidel used the trial as a platform. He delivered his now famous "History will absolve me" speech, and he went...
Oh, shit. That's kind of brilliant. That's kind of brilliant to use that as a platform. And I think that's one of the reasons why everybody is so terrified for the Luigi trial. Because if I'm Luigi's lawyer, I'm 100% turning this into an indictment of the healthcare industry in the United States of America. I don't know. I think that's one good way to get into it.
On to lay out a political platform that would later become the basis of the revolution. He laid out the 5 revolutionary laws that the Moncada attackers intended to implement: restoration and implementation of the 1940 Constitution, an agrarian reform putting land in the hand of those who tilled it.
Noise gate's a bit too high. It's slightly cutting you off. Yeah, I'm not projecting as much as I should. Thank you, Escal.
Obligation of employers to share profits with workers.
Viva la Cuba! Recent family code update in Cuba is actually pretty trans-friendly. Yes. They also passed constitutional amendments for trans people, gay people, and allowing gay people to get married. And there was other shit too that they passed. They tried to make sure to pass. I think it was before the Trump administration. The word Cuba is not femme. So is it Viva la Cuba? Or is it Viva Cuba?
Guaranteed markets for small sugar farmers, and confiscation of all enterprises obtained through fraud and corruption. All of these revolutionary laws, he emphasized, were based on the Constitution itself, which restricted large land holdings.
To be fair, Emily is an American. So Emily only speaks American. Chat, did you see Pete Hegseth literally said, "Oh, I'm not as talented as Secretary Rubio. I only speak American." Like, how does Marco Rubio continue to go along with these fucking assholes? And like, he straight up was straight racist to him to his fucking face. Ridiculous. Fun fact, rum and coke is known as a Cuba Libre and a free Cuba. Yes. That's why when I go to Vegas, I order nothing but Cuba Libres. Also, Cuba Libre also has a lime as well. Cuba Libre is a rum and coke with a lime. So I'm in Vegas, or if I'm drinking liquor, I'll order Cuba Libres.
And provided labor rights, wrote Chomsky. Following a public amnesty campaign, Fidel and his brother were released.
Put a lime in the coke, you nut. Wait, is that what that song's about? Wait, is put the lime in the coconut and drink it all up? Wait, is that what it's talking about? Oh my fucking God.
In May 1955 and formally founded the July 26th movement, named in commemoration of their 1953 Moncada attack. They then went into exile in Mexico to regroup and reorganize, where they met new revolutionaries, including the legendary Ernesto Che Guevara, and began solidifying the movement. In November of 1956, 82 rebels crowded onto the yacht Granma and sailed for Cuba. Disaster greeted the landing. Delayed, ambushed, and nearly wiped out, a small handful of survivors managed to retreat.
The more I learn about the history of other countries, the more I learn that America is the reason most of the world is the way it is. Yep. That's a huge reason I do the videos that I do, and I do the series of videos called History We're Not Taught, so that people can understand that the United States has not done good things throughout all of history. I'm not condemning the United States in general. I'm condemning the United States' actions in the past, but it doesn't mean that the United States can't be the city on the hill that everybody thinks it is. We can do it as the United States of America, but it doesn't happen with the current system that we're in. And the system needs to be overhauled 100%. You can't fix the wheel. It needs to be broken. It needs to be broken and rebuilt in a way that will help working class people.
Into the Sierra Maestra mountain range in southeastern Cuba. From there, the revolution expanded on two fronts, the Sierra and the Llano. The Sierra referred to the war waged by mountain guerrilla fighters, while the Llano referred to the struggle in the cities, where an urban underground initiated strikes, carried out sabotage, and engaged in armed resistance against the regime. As the rebels waged war from the Sierra Maestra, they began to gain the trust of the peasantry, who had been horrifically neglected by the Batista regime and suffered from diseases, poverty, illiteracy, and...
This sounds familiar, Jack. This sounds familiar. Kind of sounds similar to, I don't know, maybe the way that the Russian Revolution occurred, where the military and peasantry backed the liberators to the oppressive systems that were being overthrown.
Landlessness. The rebels, by treating these people with respect, treating them medically, and even teaching them to read, created a vital and expansive network for intelligence and new recruits. In April of 1958, the revolutionary movement engaged...
Also, chat, you should listen to the Soviet pod. You should listen to it. It's really fucking good. It's really, really goddamn good. It's literally the history of the Soviet Union. And it's currently at the post-October Revolution. They just put out another podcast on their Patreon. So I'm assuming the new one will be coming out shortly.
Engaged in a general strike.
LORSS.com, huh? I don't know. I didn't know what to put there, S-Cal. You could literally find it on any podcast platform. I put the RSS link there because I didn't know where to put it for everybody. If you click on it, you could look up the podcast name and look it up on whatever platform that you want. Is that okay, S-Cow?
With the hopes that it would topple the dictator, but it failed. This failure actually emboldened Batista and gave him the confidence to launch a massive offensive in the hopes that he could finally crush the insurgency. He sent 10,000 troops with tanks and air support after the rebels in the Sierra Maestra. Amazingly, despite being hugely outnumbered and utilizing inferior weaponry, the rebels, due to their discipline and familiarity with the terrain, defeated Batista's army. The Battle of El Gig in July of 1958 saw an entire army battalion surrender to the rebels and marked the end of Batista's offensive. In late 1958, rebel forces, led by Che Guevara, seized Santa Clara and smashed what was left of the regime. Batista fled on January 1st, 1959, as the rebels entered Havana to enormous popular support, marking a complete triumph of the revolution. As Aviva Chomsky writes in regards to the popularity of the revolution, the Cuban population was overwhelmingly supportive of the new government and its reforms. The only opposition came from close supporters of Batista and members of his military, and property holders whose properties were threatened. As U.S.
Chat, remember that. Remember that when they say that the Cuban people don't want their government. Because also, if you remember the protests that were happening after the United States did some fuck shit, the protests that were happening were pro-government protests in Cuba. And Fox News was trying to paint it off as it was anti-government protest. Except the problem is that people could read the fucking signs that were being shown. And the signs were showing pro-government slogans. So then Fox, whenever they showed it again, they had to blur out what the signs said.
Opposition to Castro cemented, his popularity in Cuba remained strong. U.S. policymakers needed to consider the continued emotional attachment to Fidel Castro as a national symbol by the bulk of the Cuban people, as well as the continued belief by virtually all Cubans in the need for social and economic changes embodied to date only in Castro's revolutionary program.
Fidel Castro ruled his people through what? Through fear.
Did your friend from Miami tell you that?
1 million machete-wielding peasants jammed the square before Cuba's national capital in response.
Yeah, that's insane. That's insane. If you ruled through fear, there wouldn't be swaths of fucking people that were there.
To the call of Fidel Castro for a celebration of the 6th anniversary of his 26th of July revolutionary movement. It is perhaps the greatest mass rally ever staged in the Western Hemisphere, a telling demonstration of Castro's sway over the Cuban masses.
Fidel Castro ruled his people through what? Through fear.
With all that said, the story of the Cuban Revolution is one of united struggle against a tyrannical despot. Guerrilla fighters stationed themselves in the mountains, cared for the peasantry by treating them with dignity, teaching them to read and fight, providing medical aid, and awakening class consciousness, while agents in the cities carried out strikes and sabotage in a coordinated effort to topple the regime. It's a story of solidarity, revolutionary struggle, and liberation. The kind of shit you'd expect Americans to find cool given their own history and romanticization of their revolution. In fact,
bro, when Fidel passed, they carried his remains from one end to the other of the island on foot. Holy shit.
The Cuban one was way cooler. It was rooted in social reforms, alleviating extreme
Chat, it's near the top of the hour, which means I need to run a 3-minute ad. If you want to avoid the ads, you can pay $5.99 for a subscription or get lucky and get gifted a sub. Or link your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account and get a free monthly subscription from Daddy Bezos to your favorite streamer. Hopefully it's me. If it's not me, then hopefully it's one of my friends. But here comes the 3-minute ad break now. Yeah, talk about fear. Yeah. They were carrying him out of fear, not out of love. Also, didn't Fidel Castro straight up say, like, hey, we've already proved that if the Cuban people don't like the system that they're living under, they will overthrow it.
Poverty and fighting imperialism. The Americans, by contrast, fought the British so that they could keep genociding the natives to the west of the original 13 colonies, but that's another story, and a crude oversimplification, I'll admit. But the point is, when the topic turns to Cuba, those in the upper echelons of Western society refuse to show it any grace or charity, even though its history is one of colonialism, whether Spanish or the US neocolonialism that followed, and revolutionary struggle for liberation. We've grown so accustomed to pointing at Cuba and mocking it for its relative poverty.
Yeah, they did this so everyone who wanted to have a chance to say goodbye without having to travel to Havana. Oh, that's incredible.
For political points that we fail to see that we're laughing at the way it survives while our country's strength.
Fucking crazy how much fear-mongering America has done to its people to make them fear leaving America or its ideals. Yeah, I think another thing is if it was cheaper to travel to other countries and stuff, I think a lot more Americans would be privy to the realization that they've been propagandized their entire lives.
To paraphrase that Castro quote. So for this segment, I'll dedicate some time to highlighting all that Cuba has achieved and all the selflessness it shows to countries in need. I know things are looking bleak in Cuba right now, largely due to the US blockade. I don't think I need to remind you about.
But then they go to Mexico and try to make Mexico bend to American laws. Yeah, the fucking dumbasses that go to Mexico and try to make Mexico like America, except Mexico is fucking based and has incredible government protections for their people, as well as protections against corporations and companies.
Negatives when that's all the Western media loves to go on about. Instead, let this video serve as a counterbalance that highlights all that's commendable about post-revolutionary Cuba. Immediately upon taking over, the new Cuban revolutionary government got to work implementing the Moncada program, making good on Castro's platform outlined back during his trial in '53. Cuba at this time was suffering from immense income inequality exacerbated by the years of colonialism, neocolonialism, US-backed dictatorship.
I found out recently there are hundreds of thousands of Americans evading taxes in Mexico because they already pay taxes in the US. Yup. So Mexico doesn't get any tax revenue from those people because they're getting incomes from American companies. Is that how that works, Escal? Or is that like a layered or is that like a leftover law from like previous Mexican administrations? Do we know if Hannah's still here? You can ping Hannah, see if she's still here. When they do go to the other safe countries, they make the people there hate Americans because of how entitled and loud those money can get. Yeah. If only we could all get a free international trip like Birthright, but we get to pick the country. I would love to take my girlfriend to China. China! They're required to pay, but the US is the only country in the world that charges taxes to their citizens outside their own country. Yeah. And they file paperwork. Like you can file a foreign income exemption. Which is what I do, or what I did when I was living in the Marshall Islands. You could file a foreign income exemption, but you have to continue to file your taxes, or you could potentially lose your citizenship or something like that.
So they're mad Mexico, the U.S. is charging them taxes too. Tell me, get fucked. I paid Marshallese taxes as well with my income. It was like 5%, but I paid my taxes for the country I was living in.
And a collaborationist comprador Cuban elite. As we've already seen, those who aim to diminish the results.
Then that money goes to fucking. That money then goes to like the private landowners in the Marshall Islands, which is fucked.
Of the Cuban Revolution loved to claim that prior to Castro, Cuba was a rich country.
Cuba had in 1958, the year before Castro took over, the highest standard of living of any Latin American country and half of Europe.
However, this is the same old dishonest bullshit said about many pre-revolutionary societies where the riches are funneled straight to the upper echelons while the masses live in squalor. To quote Vijay Prashad and Noam Chomsky on the matter, a study by professors in Havana from 1957 noted, the city of Havana is living in an epoch of extraordinary prosperity while in the countryside, people, especially the agricultural workers, are living in sluggish...
You lived in the Marshalls? Yes, I did, Mumble. Keko and I lived in the Marshall Islands. We were on the island together. Working there.
Miserable and desperate conditions, too difficult to believe. That is why the new revolution's agrarian reform law was so eagerly anticipated. See, one of the ways the revolutionary government tackled this issue of inequality was by limiting...
Back when Ghost was a weather boy, I mean, I'm still technically a meteorologist.
Land holdings and redistributing land to the peasantry. Contrary to what you may have heard, Castro did offer compensation for this. These agrarian reforms not only broke up the latifundia, huge estates controlled by...
Oh my god, he fucking even paid the wealthy, too, for redistributing their fucking land to the peasantry? God fucking damn it.
All typically white elite whose power flowed directly from colonial...
Ghost lived in the Marshalls because the PV was too far. I heard Ghost colonized a native neighborhood and kicked the residents out. What do you think? I'm a Zionist? You think I'm a Zionist? Going into the West Bank?
Era land structures, but also led to the expropriation, again with compensation, and redistribution of the vast arable land hoarded by foreign companies to the detriment of the Cuban masses. To quote Arnold August's Cuba and Its Neighbors, according to a 2008
Good morning,
Agriculture report.
Good morning, Kako. We're talking about Cuba.
In the late 1950s...
Also, I cooked baked ziti at the beginning of the stream and cleaned. It's been a good stream. I feel like Ghost didn't get my music electronics joke. I didn't get it. I didn't get it, Esco.
U.S. interests owned 75% of the arable land. The end result of these land reforms was the distribution of land to over 100,000 landless farmers who had previously lived in poverty. Aside from the land reforms, Castro's government emphasized the need for human services and more radical change, and they wasted no time getting going. The urban reform law of 1960 set rents to no more than 10% of a family's income.
Oh, based.
Mortgage rates were cut.
Based.
Landlords were forbidden to evict their tenants, and the owners of urban land were obliged to sell vacant sites at low prices.
I dare you to make yourself another plate. Well, I'm not going to do it now, Lemon, because I don't do what you want. I don't do what you tell me. Marshall and PV are both electronics manufacturers that make amps and pedals and other sound equipment. Ghost is a meteorologist and a pilot. You're just gunning for a job flying one of those hurricane planes for NWS? Emily, I've literally said that on stream. I've said that on stream that being a hurricane hunter would be sick. Cuba isn't even a cube. Why do none of these journalists bring this up? It's true.
To anyone planning to build a house, wrote historian Richard Gott. Utility rates for electricity, transport, and telephone services were slashed to make them more affordable for the working class. Real wages increased by about 15%, and social services were quickly expanded to include free schooling, healthcare, medicine, water, social security, burial services, and more. In 1961, the government took massive strides to combat illiteracy, and according to historian Paco Ignacio Taibo II, the results were spectacular. 707,000 people had been taught to read and write, and only 3.9% of the population was illiterate after just 2 years of revolution. And
that's insane. That's insane. They completely dropped it or increased the literacy rate to almost 98%. What the fuck? Ghost wants to fly a hurricane. Sounds kind of mythical to me. I am kind of mythical. These don't sound profitable. That's right. That's right. They're not profitable at all. Why would you want to teach people to read? Why would you want to teach people to read? Why would you want to give people a roof over their heads?
Just one mass campaign. I feel like when it comes to judging the progress made by a developing country, some of us have this tendency to compare it to imperialist Western nations and then mock it for being relatively behind. But that's not exactly fair, is it? These countries don't have centuries of colonial plundering under their belts to thank for their wealth. They were
The
on
real
the receiving
accent
end
reveal.
of that brutal structure all this time. Shouldn't we be comparing these countries to A, where they started from, and B, their neighbors? In the case of Cuba, the improvements were astonishing. Take the aforementioned health services as an example. Prior to the revolution, things were atrocious. Rural infant and maternal mortality rates were the second highest in Latin America.
Wait a minute. Was there 2 fucking sit redeems that happened today? Oh, god damn it. There was 2. Fuck. I'm sitting my ass down. You sons of bitches. I was going to be standing the rest of the fucking stream. Thank God I looked. My back was fucking killing me. Keko, congratulations on the 7 consecutive stream streak. Keko, make sure you watch the VOD from the early one earlier so you don't lose your streak. Doesn't seem too profitable to fly into hurricanes. What kind of profit does that make? That's true. That's true. Look at that big ziti just sitting there waiting to be eaten. I mean, I'm looking at it. It'll be eaten this week, Lemon. It'll be eaten this week for dinner when I'm working my ass off all fucking week. Okay, go. Thank you for the hydrate. Now you won't lose it. You just proved you won't lose it. Trying to lose my streak, but I can't.
Noted professor of Latin American political economy.
That's because you're addicted to the Ned Ghost Rider broadcast, Otto.
In Jaffa. So when our annoying little friend over here recites the claim that Cuba's infant mortality rate was...
Also chat, 4 hours left for 35% off all gifted subs, 5 or more. Content is just too good. I know, Otto. Chat. Check out the YouTube. Check it out. Subscribe to it. Share it. Share with your family. Share. I can make you lose it. Enemies. I don't care. Share it. Back when he had eyebrows. The whole world. Make sure you watch every video and you like every video and just comment on it. But yeah, share it with everybody. Young Ghost.
Actually already low price.
Technically, every clip that is played is Young Ghost. Also, that one was only like 10 months ago.
Castro.
Here's the Wall Street Journal. The Cuba that Castro inherited was developing but relatively prosperous and ranked 3rd in Latin America in doctors and dentists and daily calorie consumption per capita. Its infant mortality rate was the lowest in the region.
He's right. You looked younger with long hair. I get that a lot. Young Shapiro.
Operating on skewed data, where the
right now is the youngest you all are ever going to be. Yeah.
affluent parts of Cuba mess up the numbers and mask the brutal inequality and suffering in the rural parts. Yaffe goes on to write, some 80% of children in the countryside suffered intestinal parasites in 1959. It was the #1 cause of death, and 60% of the rural population was seriously undernourished. Life expectancy in rural areas was 50 years, 60 nationally. There was only 1 rural hospital, only 4% of rural Cubans ate meat, only 3% had bread, less than 20% had eggs, only 2% had running water, 9% had electricity, and as Yaffe goes on...
Well, we all don't have a time machine, Keko. Yeah, but we do have Korean skincare products. Did you think about that, Otto? Because that's exactly what Keko's going to say.
True enemy of public health, a report noted, was economic underdevelopment, feudal exploitation, the latifundia plantation system, and its consequences. Fidel Castro, Che Guevara, and the revolutionary government remedied this. They established the rural medical services.
If I fly back from Japan, I'm one day younger. Well, what if you never fly back from Japan, Keko? Would you be one day older? Not to a few peeps I know. They can age regress on command. There's no skincare product that can penetrate the dermis. Everything they try to sell you is a scam. Oh, don't say that to Keko. Don't say that to Keko.
To provide those suffering in the countryside with aid so that no one was left sick, dying, and forgotten anywhere in the country. A free, universal healthcare system was created. Infant mortality dropped to under 10 deaths per 1,000 live births by the 1990s and to under 5 deaths by 2017, a rate lower than that of the much richer United States and 10 times lower than Cuba's closest neighbor, Haiti. This represented a
You get the same results with cheap moisturizing cream and good diet. Don't tell that to Keko. Don't tell that to Keko. You keep flying west, do you keep getting younger? I think so, Otto. I think if you consistently move west, you get younger. I can confirm with very reliable sources that that is absolutely not true.
Significant improvement over pre-revolutionary Cuba, where infant mortality stood at 60 per thousand live births overall and 100 per thousand in rural
Checo throwing out his animal cum products right now.
areas. Not to mention that maternal mortality was 120 deaths per 100,000 births, with only half of all births in the country taking place in hospitals in the 1950s. By the 1990s, 99% of births were taking place in hospitals. Life expectancy has
That's insane. Dude, what the fuck? Why do we keep trying to oppress these people? The fucking turnaround in literacy rate and healthcare alone is incredible. Like, for the lack of resources they have because of the embargoes, it's insane how well they've been able to do, or how well they've been able to create material conditions for its people. I mean, I'm in second puberty, so despite being in my late 20s, I am like only 2.25 years into second puberty. The reason that people don't know this is because of our literacy rate.
From nearly 60 years before the revolution, when there were only...
I mean, I can read. I have 100% literacy rate. One of the reasons they keep Cuba down is so they can point and say socialism doesn't work. Of course, Otto. I understand that. I understand that. I've said that many a times in many a videos and many arguments that I have with people. It's the whole reason that they put their thumb on the scale to make sure no socialist or socialist transitional government is successful, because they're so fucking terrified that the United States, the people in the United States would be like, wait a minute, if it was successful there, then maybe we could do that here. The wealthy don't want that. The parasitic class don't want that. Transing the government? Yeah. Should I tell them about our problematic age gap? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Who's robbing the cradle?
Around 6,000 physicians,
Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. Yep. 100% Owen.
Mostly stationed in Havana, to nearly 80 years today, with over 70,000 physicians spread across the entire country, as is noted in Pedro Ross's How the Workers' Parliaments Saved the Cuban Revolution. Thanks to a national immunization campaign that began...
Crowd is 8 months older. Absolutely disgusting.
And in 1962, the Cuban government was able to radically combat disease. Polio was eradicated that same year, malaria in 68, diphtheria in 71, measles in 93, rubella in 95, and so on and so forth. And when we compare Cuba's economic performance to that of its Latin American contemporaries, it substantially outperformed them, especially during the 70s and 80s. To be specific...
Well, to be fair, at the time, the other Latin American countries were dealing with military dictatorships. So they weren't exactly producing a lot of goods. And if they were producing a lot of goods, it wasn't exactly helping their people. Wait, rubella isn't a vegetable? Nope. No, Otto.
Between 1970 to 1988, Cuba enjoyed an annual economic growth rate that averaged 4.1%.
Dude, do you think you could convince American politicians and American people itself to relieve the embargo and be like, hey, we're doing this because we're going to let the system fail, and then we're going to come in and be heroes as like a ruse to allow the embargo to be lifted? Do you think he could do that? Do you think he could get away with that? Do you think he could use that argument? No rubella soup for tonight, I guess. A lot of people think I'm the older one. Pretty sure my friends think Emmy is younger than I. The people, maybe the government. Well, I said politicians and the people. That because they know it wouldn't work. Headed home. What if we did a reading level test live on stream to see what reading level Ghost is at nowadays? You can regress in reading level, particularly if you aren't regularly reading challenging text. Oh yeah, I probably regressed. Cuba needs to rename to Cuba.
While the comparable growth figure for Latin America during that time was just 1.2%. In the 80s, the rest of...
I live near a train station called Cuba. Doxed.
Latin America suffered an extreme debt crisis that caused the region's overall GDP...
Our government is extremely stupid, though, but yeah, I think they feel pleasure from cruelty, so I don't think they would care about coming in to be the hero. Yeah. I actually had that argument with that fucking guy that was... I had the political conversation with when I was at work. I'm like, dude, if it fails, let it fail, and then you can come in and be the hero.
your system going to be the hero? Who be the hero? I'm like, the United States or whatever. And it's like, oh, what, the United States government? I'm like, well, the United States in general. Like, I'm saying it because you advocate for a fucking system and you say it's the best. Why wouldn't you want to be the heroic system that fixes everything? Why wouldn't you want it? Why wouldn't you want that? Docs. I live near a train station called Grand Central. Oof. That narrows it down.
To plummet by almost 10% between 1981 and 1984, while Cuba experienced an economic boom at that time with an annual average growth rate of 7.3%. It wasn't until Cuba's trading...
What the fuck is a train station? Tell me you're from Iowa without telling me you're from Iowa.
...partners ceased to exist and the U.S. economic warfare intensified, that Cuba began to suffer substantially. But we'll get to that later. First, we haven't even touched on the social improvements in the wake of the Cuban Revolution. Castro's government immediately banned all forms of racial discrimination in private and public life. Prior to the revolution, Cuba had segregated beaches, clubs, schools, and so forth. The revolutionary government
Is that where they load up the corn freight cars? Kind of. But instead of loading up freight, they load up people auto.
outlawed this while promoting gender equality and the integration of women into the workforce. Now, if I were to tell you, my mostly Western audience, that post-revolutionary Cuba also boasts a unique form of participatory...
Do you ever see a person and think this person looks AI? Not about the AI. I remember my previous girlfriend, when she would put makeup on, and I wouldn't see her blemishes that she has that I had, because I had spent so much time with her that I would remember her blemishes. When she had makeup on and you couldn't see the blemishes, I thought it was weird. First one I found, bookmark it for later if you like the idea. Isn't Trump just bad AI aging
or democracy?
Of Richie Rich?
Odds are a good amount of you wouldn't believe me. And that's fine. Again, I'm not here to pretend that Cuba is perfect or that they have everything figured out, but rather to challenge your preconceptions, specifically about democracy and what actually constitutes it. In the West, particularly in the US, democracy seems to be something people do once every 4 years, where they go out and vote for one of two corrupt politicians.
America loves to play World Cop and LARP as a superhero coming in to save the communist socialist savages from their ungodly ways. I cannot tell you how many times I've been told X country is being liberated by the United States. Oh yeah, of course. This is why watching 240p, the 4K close-ups are too much. Dude, I love it when you're with someone and then one day they aren't wearing makeup and they look fucking beautiful. Yeah, 100% Keko. Like, that is a joy in life that I fully embrace. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. That's, my previous girlfriend was fucking gorgeous without makeup. She was gorgeous without makeup. So whenever she was putting on makeup, I'm like, hey, you don't need that. She did it anyway, but. Go saying your ex-girlfriend looked weird when she covered her blemishes and not his. No, weird isn't the right word. You literally cannot. I wear makeup every day. True, that is middle management. The leaders put their thumbs down because they know it will not fail. Yeah. It isn't for you. I understand that, Becca. I understand that. I get it. Never tell a girl to not wear makeup. It isn't for you. I was giving my opinion. Is that okay? I give my opinion. I moisturize all the time. Don't go a day without it. Not putting it on my face, though.
Politicians from two corrupt parties, all while their material realities steadily decline over time, and it seems as though fundamental change never comes, no matter how badly the populace wants it. Take universal health care in the US, for example. The masses want it. It's a popular...
Weird isn't the right word. I'm sorry, Becca.
...popular demand, but no matter the color tie on the president, it never comes. As the saying goes, in America you could change the party, but not the policy. In a place like Cuba, sure, you have one party that serves as an ideological vanguard, but the policies can actually be...
How about you tell her that you see the effort she's putting in instead of saying the effort is useless? I wasn't saying the effort was useless. But it doesn't matter because she hasn't talked to me in years. So it's not gonna change. Now when it comes to something that is implemented by the patriarchy, if it's implemented by the patriarchy, then why do women keep doing it? Sorry, that was my debate lord phase. Makeup is for us and makes us feel more confident and less dysphoric. Yes, but a lesson for any conversation with women. Fair. This is why when women complain about makeup, they just say, whatever, babe, it's not for me. Watriarchy, ignore me. God damn it, Keko.
changed, and the masses can exert some form of control on a grassroots level. That's why, as Arnold August notes, Cuba is an example of democracy in motion, as opposed to the stagnant, decrepit bullshit that takes place in the US. And in case you don't believe me, I'll quickly explain how the system of participatory democracy looks in Cuba. Right off the bat, it's worth mentioning that many Cubans reject the imposition of multi-party systems and argue that before 1959, Cuba had political...
I'm reporting this conversation to Kidda. Okay. Okay, Becca. Yeah.
parties, but no democracy. A direct rebuttal to the idea that the two are inextricably linked. But before we get into that, we should probably lay some groundwork and talk about what democracy even is and why it's important.
You can give your opinions after you get your makeup done on stream. No, I'm good.
Aviva Chomsky.
Oh, chat. Most of you weren't here for this, but we had a chatter come in here and accuse me of wearing makeup, and I said, "Thanks for thinking that I look I look good looking enough thinking that I have makeup." He called me gay for wearing makeup. I'm like, "I'm not wearing makeup." I said, "You're real fucking cool, man." And we banned him. I mean, Ghost doesn't put his makeup on for you. True.
In her book, A History of the Cuban Revolution, has a great succinct passage that perfectly describes how a fully fleshed out democracy should look. It goes like this. In essence, democracy has to do with systems or mechanisms for the people of a society to be involved in making decisions about how their society will function. Political scientists distinguish between representative and direct democracy. In a representative democracy, people participate in decision-making by electing representatives to make the actual decisions. In a direct democracy, decisions are made by...
There's makeup for men called war paint, so that's not gay. Yeah, I do know that.
Some sort of collective assembly in which all can participate. And in Cuba, the latter reigns through...
Fun fact, makeup was a man-only thing when it was invented. Women were forbidden from wearing it. That makes sense. Makeup was appropriated by women. Take me back to the 16th century English Parliament.
Direct citizen involvement, mass organizations, and a unique electoral structure.
Yeah, back when men wore heels and wigs and powdered their faces. Was it mostly led to? Yeah, probably.
Elections are held at the municipal, provincial, and national levels, and the Communist Party of Cuba...
Back when men were men, yeah. Yeah, 1776, where men wore heels and powdered wigs and powdered their faces. God, I should start bringing that shit up to conservatives. I should start bringing that up to conservatives when they say 1776.
PCC does not nominate or run candidates. Money plays no role in Cuban elections, no advertising, no campaigning, just a one-page biography of each candidate posted publicly. The general election process is divided into two distinct phases. Phase 1 covers municipal elections. In small neighborhood districts, residents gather in open assemblies to directly nominate candidates from among themselves by a show of hands. Citizens then elect delegates to the municipal assemblies via secret ballot. Once constituted, these local municipal assemblies elect their own president.
Remember, makeup was made by Egyptians as a form of sunscreen. They also put wax on their heads, and it would melt throughout the day so you wouldn't smell their BO. Lead as a lubricant, so it made it spread easier. I miss when they had lead metal in makeup and our leaders were wearing it. Made the world a lot more interesting. Makeup was invented for both men and women, particularly in ancient civilizations. In ancient Egypt, for example, men and women were heavily lined eyes with coal to repel flies and protect their eyes from diseases. The founding fathers looked like this. Now I see why those conservatives voted for the makeup guy. True.
And vice president from among their ranks.
Owen.
Phase 2 covers national elections for the National Assembly of People's Power. For these seats, candidates are proposed by candidacies commissions made up of...
This is kind of similar to how China does their elections, right? Trump is a true traditionalist. Yeah. I mean, this is pretty similar to how China does their elections, right?
Of representatives from mass organizations such as trade unions, student groups, and the Women's Federation, rather than directly by neighborhood assemblies. To ensure the national government remains anchored to the grassroots, up to 50%...
Another fun fact, lead poisoning causes uncontrollable rage, which is why when crime peaked in the 90s, a lot of people believe it's because of lead in gasoline, as well as lead in paint. Glad we got let out of makeup. Now we just have whale vomit in it. Democratic centralism is widely misunderstood. Related fun fact, the U.S. was the last country in the world to outlaw lead. Oh, God damn it. I guess I'm lead free. When I get mad, I get real quiet. I take lead pills to make me more manly. Also, Escal, I'm willing to bet that the United States being the last one to outlaw lead was because of profit purposes. Lead paint, lead water pipes, lead in the gasoline, Mala, make America lead again. Outlaw lead and what? We still use lead? No, I think Escal was talking about like widespread use of lead, like in lead paint and gasoline and new piping and stuff like that. Anger is not equal to volume. That's performative.
These national deputies are the local municipal delegates who were already elected by their neighborhoods in Phase 1. Ultimately, this creates a participatory, bottom-up democratic system. So by now you might be wondering, if the PCC isn't involved in elections, what's its purpose? Well, it exists as an ideological vanguard. Influenced largely by the ideas of Jose Marti, who believed in a single unifying party to defend Cuba against foreign domination, the PCC guides the overall political and economic orientation of the country, but refrains from taking over administrative procedures or participating in the electoral process. And Cuba's democracy in motion goes beyond...
The irony being that the existence of lead proves that God didn't make the world. I would like an explanation of that, Owen. Because I'm a dummy. God made lead, checkmate atheist. I'm confused by that statement. It's a whole radioactive decay thing? Oh. Oh, so lead is a result of radioactive decay? Emmy's anti-free speech. She won't let me say a funny thing. Well, is that because Emmy would have to ban you because you were saying the funny thing? Uranium decays into lead over billions of years. God made radioactive decay, checkmate atheist. That's just going to be Otto's argument for everything.
Voting and includes massive networks of civil organizations. These organizations are embedded directly in the political system and have the constitutional right to initiate legislation, stabilize the economy during crisis, and more. For example, in the 1990s, after the USSR dissolved, over 80,000 workers' parliaments collectively formulated strategies to reorganize production and save the Cuban economy. But the most telling feature of Cuban democracy, in my opinion, is the grassroots legislative consultations.
That's
In
actually
Cuba,
really
major
interesting.
national
I want to hear that again. So after the Soviet Union dissolved, they literally all met together and determined the best course of action for the rest of for the people. That's interesting. Disproving one argument is not evidence for another. I don't think you should cross science with religion. I think they should be separate. It's based on faith too. Just disproves the 6,000 years old thing. Oh yeah. I love that Palestine cutout he has in the background.
And more. For example, in the 1990s, after the USSR dissolved, over 80,000 workers' parliaments collectively formulated strategies to reorganize production and save the Cuban economy. But the most telling feature of Cuban democracy...
He said it disproves God, and that is not. I think Owen just oversimplified things. Because us as leftists tend to be very wordy with things.
In my opinion, is the grassroots legislative consultations. In Cuba,
there's no issue with crossing science and religion. It's called Scientology. It is very intelligent. Yeah, there was also at Penn State, there was a Church of Science of Jesus Christ, which was hilarious. Do you want to say something that I thought might be too vulgar? Y'all might draw a different line, but it would have been close. Well, Emmy, you know where the lines are. Church of Latter-day Scientists. I can't remember I think it was Church of Science of Jesus Christ or something like that. Christian Science is hilariously depressing. I made that up. Oh. Said it proves God didn't make the world. I was going for brevity. I should have been specific about the 6,000 year thing. Yeah. Totally disproves the 6K thing, yes.
Major national policies undergo extensive grassroots deliberation and amendment before they can be passed. As August wrote in reference to Castro's relationship with the citizenry, this is groundbreaking in the annals of revolution, whereby leaders publicly exchange with the people in mass meetings and a dialectic bond is created in order to make decisions. A clear example of this principle in action is the 2008 Social Security Bill, which was...
God just fast-forwarded radioactive decay when he made the world 6,000 years ago to checkmate atheists. Crazy part is Jesuits are pretty badass. He said annals.
Debated in over 85,000 local workers' assemblies by more than 3 million people. Citizens' input directly shaped and amended the bill until it reflected the wishes of the masses. As a result, pensions were recalculated in a way that was more favorable to workers than what was originally proposed in the bill's first draft. The 2011 economic guideline reforms were debated by about...
I know God doesn't have a generate world button. That's because the Bible said that he doesn't have the generate world button. Auto. Growing up, when I was questioning Christianity, I saw a place called Christian Science Reading Room. I was like, finally, Christians who embrace science. That is not at all what the Christian Science Reading Room was about. He has 7 buttons. Yeah. I wanted a different seed. Is God Adam Sandler and click?
9 million people in over 160,000 meetings, which resulted in 68% of the guidelines being modified before being adopted. And the list goes on. My apologies if this part of the video feels dry or boring or too analytical, but I think it's important to
Deuteronomy 6:18, on the first day, God pressed the button and the computer lagged.
show how democracy can take a different shape.
Some Christians don't believe the same timeline, saying something along the lines of God's ways are not our ways and God exists outside of time and perceives it differently. Oh my fucking God. But we perceive time in a certain way. We perceive time in a certain way. So if God perceives time in a different way, then we would still perceive it in our own way. Oh God, these fucking people. You can randomly take 32 characters from pi. 3 of the all do one thing. He likes it that way. If time isn't real, why is it fucking Monday tomorrow? True.
Than what we see in the US and how it can produce more meaningful results. In Cuba, there's a highly decentralized electoral system paired with massive ongoing public consultations that give everyday Cubans veto power and the ability to amend the laws and economic plans that affect them. In the US, by contrast, you get to vote between Epstein's friend in red or Epstein's friend in blue. And yes, there are still shortcomings with the way things are in Cuba. That's why democracy is understood as a...
It's already Monday here. Checkmate and need true. Based. The thing that blows my mind is that time is not linear. We just perceive it that way. Yeah. Which is why it seems that time is actually shorter as you get older, because relative to your age, it's actually a shorter period of time. So like 1 hour while you were like 6 years old feels significantly longer than 1 hour that you are at like 34.
Process and something that is ongoing and in motion, not just something that happens every 4th November where you vote for the lesser evil. In April of 1960, a U.S. Internal State Department memo, colloquially referred to as the Mallory Memorandum, boasted the subject line, "The Decline and Fall of Castro," and it explicitly stated that the majority of Cubans supported Castro, that there was no effective political opposition in Cuba, and that U.S. military intervention would only cause Castro to become even more popular. The memo goes on to explain how the U.S. would go about achieving its goal.
But like that would say that 7 days of creation should not be read literally. Oh. Interesting. Can't believe anyone thinks that time is linear when clocks are circles. Dude, Otto's on fire today. Relatively explained to me in a way I finally understood it last week. Up until now, I've just been nodding agreeably. I think I had a very simplified definition of relativity from physics in high school. Used to gauge time by Arthur episodes.
Goal of destroying Cuba so that its corporations can get back to plundering it the way they had for so many years prior. The only foreseeable means of alienating internal support is through disenchantment and disaffection based on economic dissatisfaction and hardship. Every possible means should be undertaken promptly to weaken the economic life of Cuba, it reads. Then it calls for denying Cuba money and supplies, openly fantasizes about falling real and monetary wages, and explicitly seeks to induce hunger, desperation, and the overthrow of Castro. Typically, when we talk about Cuba, people love to blame communism as though it were the primary cause of the island's suffering, supposedly doomed to fail because of its inherent futility. But if communism were destined to collapse on its own, why did U.S. officials feel the need to go all out like this? Everything laid out in that memorandum was eventually carried out by the U.S. Remember how earlier I mentioned that the Cuban revolutionary government carried out land...
Oh, was it a balloon experiment? No, it was a photon clock. Oh, interesting. You say the rotation of the Earth and the orbit of planets around the sun was different when the Earth was created. I had no proof of this, but that was my cop-out. Also, this video is good. This video is a banger. This video is incredible. It's so good. I can't say I found it on my own because Hassan watched it on stream. But I like partially paid attention because I knew I was going to watch it on the stream. Kind of wild I learned about relativity from a Pokemon theory video when they said Giratina was actually a gravity god, not an antimatter one. You don't gauge it by One Piece episodes like all the cool people. Dude, we're lucky Keko watches any of One Piece right now. Also, chat, I'm on episode 69. Nice. I'm on episode 69 of the anime in my rewatch.
Reform programs where vast tracts of often uncultivated arable land hoarded by foreign companies and the descendants of slave-owning Cuban elites were redistributed to the peasantry. Well, this is often cited as one of the main causes.
The sun goes around the earth. Source Aristotle. I don't think Aristotle had that. Photon clocks are super complicated because we don't know the exact travel time of a photon. We're just taking the total travel time to and back and divide it by 2. But how do we know it doesn't travel there in one time and instantly return? Yeah. You're just going to stop now? Stop now what? I missed it. On the part where Zorro fought the swordsman at the restaurant? Isn't photon just plural of photon? Stop at 69? No, I'm not. I will not stop until I get to episode 1169. Owen, I'm caught up on One Piece. I'm choosing to rewatch it.
Causes of economic tension between the US and Cuba. People point to this and claim that the evil communist dictator Fidel Castro stole property from the US and the Cuban land-owning elite, but in reality, Castro offered compensation for everything he expropriated, acted within the legal limits of Cuba's own
It's important to have hobbies, yeah. Especially hobbies that will inspire you to liberate people. For no particular reason. It's also important to know when you need help. I don't need help, Owen. I don't need help. Stop saying I need help. Also, the fact that, like, I thought Castro and the Cuban government took the land from the slavers and everything like that. And I thought that was cool. But the fact that he compensated them for that, they have nothing to fucking complain about anymore. Liberation, Jorkin, what's the difference? Otto, what if you would think of liberation as jorking for everybody, as allowing everybody to jork? What if that's how you thought about liberation? What's your favorite woman character from One Piece after watching all of it so far? Koala. Koala from the Revolutionary Army. I will say Julie Bonnie is also pretty fucking cool too. But she's literally a child. I have to keep reminding myself that she's fucking 12 years old. There's a sex toy pillow called the Liberator. Literally could have told the slave owners to go fuck themselves. Yeah. Yeah, he literally could have. Omni-jork, right the jork.
40 Constitution, which allowed...
This is kind of terrifying to have Owen and Otto in the same chat because both of them have very similar mindsets when it comes to chatting and fucking around and making jokes, which is the same as mine. Because Owen and I go back and forth in other chats constantly.
Confiscation for the public good and explicitly prohibited large land holdings, and he did so to reclaim land hoarded by foreign companies to the direct detriment of the Cuban people. If this sounds like some alien communist...
The way I know that is because a coworker had a pillow here. When she left the pillow. We found out it was a Liberator pillow. Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, so is it like a pillow for pillow humping and has like a vibrator in it? They should name the capital Majorca. Coworker's pillow. Got spoiled that there was a cool ass dragon. Kind of sad that they're the baddie and not in the way other dragons are baddies. That is exactly what it is. Oh God, that's crazy.
Concept, I'd encourage you to look at your own country's eminent domain laws, which allows the state to confiscate private property when it deems it necessary. I'd argue that the situation in Cuba, where the majority of arable land was held either by foreign companies, leaving much of it idle, or by some asshole who earned his acreage by inheriting a plantation from a slave-owning granddaddy while the masses lived in squalor, was more than enough justification for this policy. And again, Castro offered compensation.
We should eminent domain the stream. Please do, and then I could actually have a social life. I could actually have a social life if you all eminent domain this stream. What if we had a co-op stream where we literally just had rotating people on a Twitch account? That'd be cool. Compensate us with ziti. Ooh, I could do that. I could do that.
Other major Western countries, Canada, Spain, Switzerland, the UK, France, all negotiated with Fidel and accepted his terms. The United States was...
Oh, you mean like a company? No, a co-op. A co-op. Motivated by financial return? No, a co-op. A cooperative, not a company. So like the new take on The Daily Show? Every day is a new anchor? Are they running that like a co-op at this point? That's how virtual AA meetings do it. That's what went wrong with the Titanic. Wait, every day a new anchor?
The exception. It refused to negotiate.
Yeah, that's why it sank so quickly. It had so many anchors. It had so many anchors on board that it just sank.
Shot the offer down and claimed that Castro wasn't offering adequate compensation. Well, then let's talk about how Fidel's government actually came up with this compensation plan. He offered to compensate those whose property he expropriated with 20 to 29-year government bonds carrying a 4.5% interest rate. The amount of compensation was based directly...
No, it's still Comedy Central owned by Comcast Universal, but the concept of the show is what I was talking about. Oh. Anchor, I hardly... Never mind. According to One Piece Wiki, they have a separate appearance age for Julie Bonnie. Emily, have you watched One Piece? Fucking knew you were going to say that. Emmy, she's actually 12 years old. But most of the time she appears as a 20-year-old because of her powers. I've not caught up all the way. Oh. Sorry. But she's 12 years old. Which is actually pretty incredible how mature of a person that she is as a 12-year-old. As far as her mental maturity. I'm just looking at the wiki stuff. Okay. Well, sorry if I spoiled anything. Emily, where are you at if you haven't caught up? But she was really mature for her age, Ghost. God, oh, I knew it. I knew it as soon as I fucking said it. I knew it as soon as I said it. Dude, she's literally a pirate captain. She's literally a pirate captain. And understands how the world fucking works at fucking 12. I mean, it helps that the person that raised her was fucking Kuma. The GOAT, Bartholomew Kuma. Ghost praising a child soldier? No. She is choosing... She's also not a child soldier. She's a pirate. She lives the freest. Mary Chat, if you see something, clip something. Oh, God. Oh, I saw a video of a girl with a cake that said 21, and she says, finally been waiting for this day, pops open a Corona. Then her dad pulls it out of her hands, and her mom swats the number on the cake to 12 and says, not yet. If only I wasn't taking notes, I would have clipped it. Ah, oh, darn it. Shucks. What a shame.
On the value the owners themselves had declared on their tax returns. U.S. companies and Cuban elites were outraged by Castro's offer and perceived...
Wait, are you kidding me? They were fucking mad? Wait, these people that own the land claimed the valuation of the land and said, okay, we'll give you that money. And they said, no, that's not good enough. Okay, back to Glork. I gotta do laundry. You do that laundry, Otto. You do that laundry hard.
it to be an undercut because they had been systematically undervaluing their land for years to pay less in taxes.
Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my God, I paused it too early. They undervalued their land to avoid taxes. Jesus fucking Christ. That's so fucked up. I'm going to go to bed to maintain plausible deniability. Have a good stream, Ghost, in chat. Thank you, Owen. Thank you, Owen. Have a good bed. Thanks for being in here. Appreciate it.
All Fidel did was take them at their word about what their property was worth. Another major catalyst for tensions between the US and Cuba was the fact that Cuba signed a lucrative trade deal with the Soviet Union in 1960, where the Cubans would trade.
So they set the value of the land and he gave them the amount and they get mad? Yes. Yes, that's exactly what happened, Escow.
Sugar for Soviet oil and goods. In response to this agreement, American oil companies operating in Cuba and acting on advice from Washington refused to process Soviet petroleum. This move caused Castro to expropriate and nationalize the refineries. Now, in case you think that Castro had no legal right to do this, you would be wrong. As Salim Lamrani wrote in the Economic War Against Cuba, where he touches on the legality of Castro's expropriations, they were carried out in accordance with international law that grants any nation the sovereign right to nationalize companies operating on its territory in exchange for compensation. And as we've already been over, when it came to Castro's nationalizations, his government put forth plans to compensate those whose property was affected. Other Western governments and companies came to an agreement with him. The US stubbornly refused to negotiate. Quote, all of the nations affected by the expropriation process negotiated with the Cuban government and accepted global compensation agreements, all with the exception of the United States. The Eisenhower...
Wait a minute. You had sovereignty? Did you ask the United States if you could have sovereignty?
Administration demanded, as a minimum standard, an indemnification rapid, adequate, and effective for the nationalization of U.S. assets. However, this procedure is not recognized by international law, which prohibits a third country from imposing conditions on sovereign nations, that is to say, involving itself in that nation's internal affairs. Anyway, this move by Castro led the...
Yeah, but did you think of this? That the United States doesn't acknowledge international laws only when they feel like it?
Eisenhower administration to cut Cuba's sugar quota and eventually impose a trade embargo on Cuba in October of 1960. By 1961, the U.S. severed all diplomatic relations with the island. Now, all of these specifics are important to know, but honestly, I'm of the opinion that there was really nothing the Cubans could have done to avoid the wrath of the United States government. As the previously mentioned April 1960 Mallory Memorandum made clear, well before Castro nationalized the oil refineries in June of that year, the U.S. goal was to deliberately inflict economic destruction and hardship on Cuba in order to overthrow the new government. CIA officials themselves acknowledged...
And this has literally been the American foreign fucking policy since then. Implement as many sanctions as possible, starve out the fucking people in hopes that the people will overthrow their government so that the United States can install a puppet. And it has led to a lot of blowback on the United States of America. And we don't fucking learn from it. And we continue to try to do it.
That Castro was originally appointing anti-communists to his government, that he wasn't an unreasonable man, that he wasn't anti-American, and that he could be worked with. But none of this was enough, because at the end of the day, the goals of the Cuban Revolution were to implement progressive reforms in a country ravaged by foreign capitalist interests. And there was simply no way to move toward equality and assert national sovereignty in Cuba without making the oppressor class feel persecuted. To wrap this point up with one more Lamrani quote, the stranglehold that U.S. multinationals held over the Cuban economy was so strong that it became impossible to undertake any reforms without affecting their interests. And the U.S. didn't only respond to the Cuban Revolution through economic means. The use of violence began almost immediately after Castro's government came to power. See, way before Eisenhower imposed the embargo in October of 1960, and even before the Mallory Memo of April 1960, some 30 bombing raids were already carried out against Cuba at the start of that year by US-based planes. So if you needed more proof that the US was the aggressor from the start, that they were never interested in striking a fair deal with Castro despite the fact that he was understood to be a reasonable man by US officials, then there you have it. But it gets worse. In April of 1961, a CIA-sponsored militia of Cuban exiles invaded Cuba in what was known as the Bay of Pigs invasion. The US government's goal here...
Also, after they did this without the without authorization from JFK because JFK knew this was going to fucking fail. And it did. So fucking funny and sad that America has consistently created funded groups that turn on us and acts like no one could have seen it coming. Yeah. We need a history video about Cuba, Puerto Rico next. I'm sure there is one.
Was to have these invaders attack the island, hopefully rally popular support, and trigger an uprising against Castro, form a provisional government, and give the US military the pretext it needed to intervene. This was a catastrophic failure, and the Cuban military was able to quell the attack within 3 days. A few months later, in November of '61, JFK, entirely humiliated by the defeat at the Bay of Pigs, authorized Operation Mongoose, a project to overthrow the Cuban government from within through sabotage, espionage, and assassination attempts.
Yeah, the CIA fucking ran the Bay of Pigs and failed miserably, which is one of the reasons that JFK said, I will do everything in my power to make sure the CIA is fucking scuttled. Then if it wasn't before, it now becomes an ego war? Yeah. What's up, Bjorn?
From setting fire to agricultural fields and sugar mills and engaging in biological warfare, to blowing up oil refineries and striking mines, the attacks levied against Cuba during this period were horrific. So much so that Lyndon B. Johnson can be quoted reminiscing on this period and complaining about it, saying, "We had been operating a damned murder inc. in the Caribbean." In February of...
Yo, for as much as I joke about Lyndon B. Johnson being like a racist asshole and just like a typical American, Lyndon B. Johnson was very fucking progressive. It's kind of crazy how progressive Lyndon B. Johnson is. Now, I'm sure he had tendencies and shit like that, but like he was the president during the first Civil Rights Act and everything like that. Found one from CIA Harris. Oof. Are we gonna watch that one? So Johnny Harris, his recent videos have become less CIA-y. So he must have stopped getting funding from the CIA. Oh, this is 2 years ago. He was probably still under CIA at this point.
1962, John F. Kennedy decided to step it up a notch and dramatically escalated the economic warfare by transforming the existing sanctions into a blockade, banning all U.S. exports to the island. He also moved to isolate Cuba internationally, pressuring U.S. allies in NATO and in the Organization of American States to follow Washington's lead. This campaign of isolation eventually culminated in a sweeping regional embargo which had a devastating economic impact on Cuba. Cuba, however, managed to weather the storm by deepening its relationship with the Soviet Union and the broader communist bloc. Fearing an imminent U.S. invasion in the wake of the Bay of Pigs attack, Operation Mongoose, and the ongoing economic warfare, Cuba agreed to host Soviet missiles in October of 1962. And honestly...
Probably could still get a decent bit from it if watched critically. Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, that'll definitely happen.
If you or I were in Fidel Castro's position, we probably would have done the exact same thing. How many attacks have to be levied against you before you take serious measures to defend yourself? I bring up the Cuban Missile Crisis because critics of Cuba often point to it and completely rewrite the timeline, claiming that it was the catalyst for the embargo. You'll hear lines like, well, Cuba tried to destroy the world, of course we had to sanction them, which is barely even worth humoring. The missile crisis happened after years of U.S. aggression toward Cuba had already begun. And crucially, the instigator wasn't Havana or the USSR. U.S. nuclear missiles were stationed near the Soviet border in Turkey and Italy first. The Soviets simply matched that energy, but I digress. As mentioned earlier, things in Cuba were relatively good in the wake of the revolution, and
also JFK was a coward, but the Soviet Union agreed to not discuss like he wasn't it's not that he was a coward. It's JFK spoke with much more bravado than he actually was. But the Soviet Union agreed to admit that the United States didn't like cave to Soviet discussions and stuff like that.
Throughout the 70s and 80s, the country managed to blunt the worst effects of US-led economic warfare by trading with the communist bloc, and that relative stability created the conditions for Cuba to engage in acts of international solidarity, Take Angola, for instance. The Cuban military intervened to help the MPLA in its fight against the invading white supremacist forces of apartheid South Africa. And Cuba's support for the Angolan leftists was about more than just shared ideology. Cuba itself had been a slave society for centuries, and it carried a deep legacy of brutal racism prior to the revolution.
You're telling me an apartheid state was scrambling in its final days and trying to invade other countries? Chat, where have I heard that before? Where have I heard that before in modern times?
The Cuban government viewed its support for Angola as a way of helping to right that historical wrong. Between 1975 and 1991, more than 300,000 Cubans volunteered to serve in Angola, and over
300,000 Cubans volunteered. They volunteered to fucking help Angola stave off white supremacists. Wow.
2,000 of them died. The Western chauvinists often dismiss Cuba's role in Angola.
For those that don't know what Western chauvinist means, it means people that believe in Western imperial powers supremacy over all other forms of systems and everything like that.
As nothing more than the actions of a Soviet proxy. The reality is the opposite. Cuba acted completely selflessly on its own initiative and didn't even inform the Soviet Union of its initial decision to deploy troops. What is understood to be the climax of the Angolan War is the Battle of Quito Cuanavale, where the South African forces tried to capture the town. In response, Castro sent military reinforcements, and the ensuing battle ended up being the largest military engagement on the African continent since World War II. The result of this battle, which historian Isaac Saney refers to as African Stalingrad, was the victory of Cuban and Angolan forces and the defeat of South Africa. The historical consequences of this South African loss were the independence of Namibia, which was under South African occupation, and the collapse of apartheid. As a show of gratitude for this massive Cuban sacrifice, Nelson Mandela, shortly after being released from prison, flew to Cuba to personally thank Fidel Castro and the Cuban people for their support against apartheid. We have come here today recognizing our great debt to the Cuban people. What other country has such a history of selfless behavior as Cuba has shown for the people of Africa? What country has ever needed help from Cuba and not received it? How many countries threatened by imperialism or fighting for their freedom have been able to count on the support of Cuba? Mandela said in his speech, illustrating the selflessness of the Cuban people.
Once again, chat, Nelson Mandela was literally listed as a terrorist on the United States terrorist list until 2008.
People. Unfortunately, in 1991, the Soviet Union fell and Cuba entered into an economic crisis known as the Special Period, which lasted until 2000. The US used this as an opportunity to ramp up economic warfare by implementing the Torricelli and Helms-Burton Acts. The Torricelli Act of 1992 banned foreign subsidiaries of US companies from trading with Cuba, penalized countries that aided Cuba, and prohibited ships that docked in Cuban ports from entering the US for 180 days. This effectively made it so that you would have to decide between trade with the US or Cuba, but not both. Many chose the much larger US market, obviously. This also effectively cut off food and medicine imports to Cuba. The Helms-Burton Act of 1996 codified the embargo and made it so that no US president could remove it without congressional approval, and it penalized foreign companies that used property in Cuba, making it so that they could be sued in US courts. This was designed to prevent investment and trade with Cuba and cut it off from the outside world, even going so far as to leverage the US's influence over international financial institutions.
Dude, when I become president, we're lifting the embargo. Hopefully the embargo gets lifted prior to that, but I'm lifting the embargo. Fuck Congress. I will 100% fucking shame the shit out of them. I will make sure their constituents know that they are voting to continue the starvation of Cuban citizens, which we're doing right now. Fucking war crimes.
To make it so that Cuba could not be granted credit. So for those who like to downplay and lie about the blockade and claim that it's merely the US exercising its right to refrain from trade with Cuba, fuck you, you're a liar. This blockade breaches international law. It imposes US laws and political demands onto other sovereign nations to stop them from trading with Cuba, asserting American dominance over the island for—
Dude, that's probably like all the other sanctions that the United States implements too is literally probably violations of international law as well. Dude, why does the international court just fucking go after the United States? Just do it. fucking follow the law.
No reason other than Cuba's insistence on upholding its national sovereignty, which it has the internationally recognized right to do. You tell me whether a country as altruistic as Cuba, one that has shown time and time again that it stands with the downtrodden of this world no matter where they are, deserves this. But let's get back to showcasing Cuba's selflessness. Specifically, its medical internationalism. Since 1960, more than 400,000 Cuban medical...
What states in the UN keep voting against forcing the U.S. to end the embargo again? The United States, Israel, and Argentina jumped in now. I'm so glad people are helping them out. Pretty sure Hassan and some other people are doing supply runs to them. Yeah, Hassan did. Hassan did and gave them a bunch of money and everything. Last weekend? Yeah, last weekend he was in Cuba. He's also making a mini documentary with various interviews and stuff that he did, speaking to Cuban people, particularly like Cuban doctors and stuff like that.
Professionals have served in 164 countries. By the mid-1990s, Cuba had more doctors working abroad than the World Health Organization itself.
That's crazy.
In 2005, Cuba sent workers to Pakistan in the wake of an earthquake and treated 75% of the victims. After Haiti's 2010 earthquake, Cuban doctors acted immediately. And after Ebola broke out in West Africa in 2014...
Dude, this was a crazy one. The whole reason Ebola didn't fucking break out around the world is because Cuban doctors literally quelled most of it. Also, it's close to the top of the hour, and I need to run 3 minutes of ads. If you want to avoid the ads, you can pay $5.99 for a subscription, or get lucky and get gifted a sub. Or you can link your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account and get a free monthly subscription from Daddy Bezos to your favorite streamer. Hopefully it's me. If it's not me, then hopefully it's one of my friends. But anyway, the 3-minute ad break's about to run now.
Cuba was the first nation to respond with a medical contingent. In collaboration with Venezuela, Cuba launched Operation Miracle in 2004, where free eye surgery was given to low-income individuals across Latin America. And by 2019, it had restored vision to over 4 million people in 34 countries.
That's incredible.
Entirely free of charge. Between 1990 and 2011, even during its own economic crisis, Cuba treated over 20,000 Chernobyl victims, free of charge. In 1999, it established the Latin American School of Medicine and trained students from impoverished communities all over the world.
Or you can watch with your girlfriend, so you only need one sub to skip the ad break. No, because our chatters watch the ads. Not only do they watch the ads, they purchase everything that they watch advertisements for.
Including from the very country that had been sabotaging it, the US. And Cuba did this, you guessed it, free of charge on the condition that those who received an education would serve their communities. By 2019, almost 30,000 doctors from 105 countries had graduated. As Castro said in a 2003 speech, Cuba does not drop bombs on other people. Cuba does not possess nuclear weapons.
Dude, this was the fucking quote. This was such a goated quote. I was going to say this quote earlier, but I didn't remember the exact quote. But this quote is fucking amazing.
Chemical weapons or biological weapons. Our country's tens of thousands of scientists and doctors have been educated in the idea of saving lives. I once said that we could not and would never carry out preventive or surprise attacks against any dark corner of the world, but rather, our country could send needed doctors to the darkest corners of the world. Doctors, not bombs. Doctors, not smart weapons. There's something somewhat remarkable about a country whose history has been defined by fending off aggression for centuries, and then once it finally achieves a sense of stability, immediately turns to helping those in need, no matter where they are, even in the empire that seeks to destroy it. And even as it suffered its own economic crisis after the dissolution of the USSR, it kept going and continued to aid those who needed it most. By the mid-2000s, Cuba had bounced back from the special period, in part thanks to a lucrative economic arrangement between Cuba and the new Venezuelan government headed by Hugo Chavez, who supplied Cuba with the oil it needed in exchange for doctors. And for the next little while, Cuba was doing all right. It wasn't really until Trump, who in his first term added an additional 200+ sanctions on the country, and later, COVID, which destroyed Cuba's tourism industry, that the island began to really suffer again. Which brings us to the modern day where
she's joking, I swear, totally not lying, and I love product. Ad has sold me. Yeah.
Trump's
exactly.
genocidal strangulation of the island can really only be understood as collective punishment, though the economic warfare levied against Cuba has always been a form of collective punishment, let's be real. But at the time of this recording, Cuba is running out of oil, which it desperately needs to function, while the US threatens any country that decides to help. I don't know what's in store for Cuba, but If history shows us anything, it's that the Cuban people are extremely resilient, adaptive, and steadfast in the face of foreign aggression. They always have been. Let this video exist to highlight the selflessness and durability of the Cuban people who have shown that when you structure a society around the well-being of all and not just profits for the few, you can not only improve the lives of those domestically, but inspire change throughout the world. If you want to see more anti-Cuba propaganda refuted, such as the lies about Che Guevara being a mass murderer or the claims that Fidel and co. had concentration camps for gay people, check out this video of mine. I also have a weekly podcast where we talk about
we might have to watch that at some point.
Current and historical events and occasionally bring on some great guests. We did an episode on Cuba not too long ago if you want to check that out. Huge thanks to my patrons on Patreon for making these high-quality videos possible.
Chat,
and
incredible,
a special written
incredible
thank you
video.
to my top-tier patrons. If you want access
Incredible
to my scripts
video.
and source material
Just
in an organized
banger.
format,
Knocked it out.
along with other perks.
Also,
consider-
I'm going to try to read a bunch of the books that he listed in here, particularly the one that Chomsky's daughter wrote. I have that one on my list. Oops. All right, chat. Apparently, we need to do a reading test for me. Apparently, we're doing a reading test for me. I feel like I should put chat in emote-only mode while I do this. Should I read it out loud as I'm reading it? Up to you. Because I don't want y'all giving me answers. I don't think you would. And y'all would probably fucking give me wrong answers. Also, I don't know if I should read it out loud. Because it's going to be boring as fuck if I just sit here and read this real quickly. But. All right, chat. Let's do that. All right, emote-only mode, chat. Sarah is 36 years old and she lives in Canada. She has 2 young daughters. She works 2 days a week as a teacher. Her husband's name is Nathan, and he's a sales manager. Nathan's job is very busy, so he often comes home late. At weekends, it should be on weekends, they often go driving or walk in the countryside. Nathan was born in Canada, but Sarah wasn't. She was born in Argentina. She moved to Canada when she was 26. When she was growing up, she was really interested in English. At first, she thought it was difficult. But when she finished school, she could already speak quite fluently and understand almost everything she heard or read. She spent a lot of time listening to songs and watching TV shows and films in English. After she graduated from university, she decided to train as an English teacher. The certificate she needed was quite expensive, and the competition for places was intense, but she was determined to do it. She simply couldn't imagine doing anything else. She finished the course with a distinction, which was the highest grade possible. Soon she found work as a teaching assistant in a local primary school. She enjoyed the work, although it was often challenging. The children were not always well disciplined. Am I allowed to go back and read this? Oh, don't worry if you don't know the answer. Okay. Teaching assistant in a local primary school. She enjoyed the work, although it was often challenging. The children were not always well disciplined, and she didn't think the classroom teacher had enough understanding of the teaching methods. When she first went to Canada, she never would have imagined that she would end up staying there. It was supposed to be a short-term placement in a high school. She thought that she would be able to see a different part of the world and gain some useful experience, which could help her find a better teaching position when she came back to Argentina. At first, she found living overseas much more difficult than she had expected. She felt homesick, and she had problems getting used to everything, which was different in Canada. The interpersonal culture, the climate, the food. For the first 3 months she was there, she spent most of her free time in her room dreaming of going back to Argentina and seeing her family again. Over time, she adjusted to life in Canada, even started to enjoy herself a bit more. One day, she met Nathan at a party. She liked his sense of humor and how kind he was, but she was reluctant to get involved knowing she was planning to leave in the near future. When her placement finished, he convinced her to apply for a permanent job in another school. She told herself that she would give it one more year and see how things went. Now Sarah is settled, although she still misses Argentina. She tries to make it back at least yearly. And she's bringing up her daughters to be bilingual so that they can talk to their Argentinian relatives in Spanish. When she thinks back to her first few months in Canada, she can scarcely recognize herself in some ways. She wishes she weren't as far away from her family. But at the same time, she feels that she learned many things which she would never have experienced had she stayed in Argentina. She wants to give her daughters a chance to travel and experience life in other countries as soon as she can, although of course she hopes they don't move too far away. Sarah thought that living in Canada would be easier than it was, would be more difficult than it was, would be very different to living in Argentina. would make her feel homesick. Would be easier than it was. When she left school, her English was very bad, not very good, perfect, very good. Not very good? Which sentence best describes Sarah's attitude now towards her decision to stay in Canada? She wouldn't change her decision, although she still finds it hard to be so far from family. She regrets her decision because she feels homesick and misses her family. She isn't sure. She thinks it's impossible to say whether it was the right choice or not. She wishes she had come to Canada earlier because she doesn't feel there's anything for her in Argentina. She wouldn't change her decision. She still is homesick. Nathan works at home in a factory in a school, long hours. Oh, no. Oh, I don't remember what it is. I think he works in a school. Sarah decided to train as an English teacher because she wanted to travel. She didn't know what else to do. It was the only thing she was really interested in. She thought she could get a job. She wanted to travel. When Sarah met Nathan for the first time, she told him she was planning to leave. She liked him, but she didn't want to have a relationship with him. She decided to stay another year. She didn't like him very much. She liked him, but she didn't want to have a relationship with him. Took Sarah blank to get used to living in Canada. About 1 month, several months, a few weeks, several years, several months. Sarah went to Canada. She thought she would come back to Argentina again after a short stay. She would stay in Canada for a long time. She would enjoy living in Canada. She would finish her job as a high school teacher. Worked with another teacher to teach older. In her first job, she worked with another teacher to teach older children. Taught older children by herself. Taught young children by herself. Works with another teacher to teach young children. Sarah and Nathan have 2 boys, no children. 1 boy and 1 girl, 2 girls. I think 2 girls. Sarah was at school. She blanked learning English. Didn't mind learning English. I think she liked it. At weekends, Sarah and Nathan often get out of the city. They get out of the city, they drive in the countryside. Because of Nathan, Sarah initially decided to stay in Canada for a few more months until Nathan asked her to marry him forever for another year. Another year. Children in Sarah's first job didn't always behave well in class, didn't understand what she was saying, were often rude to her, didn't learn anything. Nathan and Sarah were born in different years, were born in different countries. Sarah's feelings about her first job were unclear, mixed, positive, negative. I think it's mixed. Sarah lives in Canada since she was 36, since she was born, for 1 year, for 10 years, because she got there when she was 26. During her first few months in Canada, Sarah met Nathan, didn't socialize much, made lots of new friends, had to work very hard, didn't socialize. Nathan is Sarah's manager, Sarah's boyfriend, Sarah's husband. Sarah thinks that she has blank since coming to Canada. Learning to speak English better, not changed very much. Lost touch with her own country, changed a lot. Learning to speak English better. I feel like that's it. All right, chat. Let's find out. 16 out of 20 points, 80%. You have finished this level test. Your level is B2, upper intermediate. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. I'm B2, though. I'm booking my flight to Korea to see Sandy. Nice. All right, emo mode off. All right, chat. God, we've been live for almost 5 hours. I got some more cleaning I can do. I could also continue Hotline Miami. Upper intermediate, not too bad. I don't know. I don't know what it means. I definitely used to read a lot more as a kid. That's one thing I wish I did more of. All right. Pop on over. Chat, are you enjoying the stream? Are you enjoying the variety stream that we're doing? Did a whole bunch of stuff today. Me and Crowder? Good. Type shit? No, you type shit. Act 3 climax. Ambush. 10th scene, 11th scene, 9th scene. I gotta do the 11th scene. We won't skip the intro. We were just chilling before our test tonight. Nice. Who is he? He's the police. Open the door. Pretty nervous for my midterm, but Emmy is helping me relax. Nice. Nice. Y'all studying together? Just a second. I got to put on some clothes, okay? Did she put clothes away? What the fuck? The dude walked in? How did you get in here? The door wasn't even locked. I let myself in. I hope you don't mind. That's a violation of the Constitution. Kind of, she's more like my sounding board and scribe for my ramblings. What do you want? Looking for an Ash Davis is listed as his last known address. Well, as you can see, he's not here. I don't know where he is. He doesn't live here anymore. Was there anything else? Really tell me to contact Miami PD next time you see him? You're his sister, aren't you? I can see you got the good genes. You're very pretty. Oof. There is nothing else I would like for you to leave. Alright, bro. Stay the fuck away from her. That was fucking creepy as fuck. Dead ahead. Oh shit, that dude fucked me up. Oh shit. Oh god. Oh god. Oh my lord. Oh, fuck! Oh, I almost got away from him. Come at me, bitch. Oh, God. Oh, he came at me, chat. Alright. Oh, there's fucking all kinds of dudes right there. Damn it, he got me. He got me, chat. I love how we go from like cozy streaming where like I made food to now I'm just playing like probably one of the most violent games ever created. Oh, he came at me hard. Ah! Oh, God damn it. Okay, you go there. New channel description like Hassan, but he actually plays games still. I could add that. I think that would be funny. I mean, that's what I do most of the time. I just backed into him, chat. Shooting text. I don't have any ammo. Shit. Got him. Shit. Oh my lord. Oh, I got him. I got him, chat. Shit. Poof. That was close. Oh, he got me through the fucking windows. Fuck. God. Fuck. God damn it. Fuck. Yikes! Yikes! Aww. Kind of screwed. Oh! All right, I got 5 bullets left. Got him. No! Fuck, that was the play, chat. One more dude there. Fuck! I had him. I had him, chat. Oh. Oh, I ran the wrong way. Oh, sweet. I got that, dude. Classic Ghost. Locking in on a target. Fuck me up. Fuck. Oh, fuck. Got him. Floor cleared. First try, chat. Gonna call it for the night, at least for now. Crowd needs to take her midterm. If we do a long stream, we may be back late. Say hi. Have a good one. Good luck on your midterm, Crow. And thanks for popping in. Shotgun. Yeah. Shotgun. What the fuck? Oh, there's a window there. Oh, good Lord. Oh, my God. All right, one dude there. Another dude there. Another dude there. Let's get the shotgun. Okay, that dude's dead. God damn it, I had the cursor in the wrong spot. All right, we got the puppies. Puppies are out of the way. Fuck, got me. The fucker got me. That's shit. Oh, that fucking goddamn dog. Ah! I need to click faster, chat. Got that, dude. Shit. Shit. That dude gets set up with the shotgun way too quickly. Oh, I didn't have any bullets! That's fucking bullshit. That fat fuck. Oh, God. That fat motherfucker just keeps blocking my shots. Ugh. Oh, my God. What the fuck? How did that shot not get that dog? Ugh. Oh my God, chat. My brain is going to mush. My aim is gone to complete shit. Ah! Fucking Windows! Fucking Windows, chat. All right, throwing shit at dogs don't work. Crap. How do I want to do this? How do I want to do this? Oh, I wasn't pointing at him. Fuck. Classic. Oh, nice. Oh. Fuck. Spray and pray, chat. Oh, I was locked in on a guy. Shit. Ah! God damn it. How did I fucking miss that? That was such an easy shot. Oh. got that one. Fuck you. Fuck you, motherfucker. Damn it! Karma, die 1,000 times. Got him! Fuck! Fucking fuck! Oh, classic. That dog was close. All right, out of guns. Chat, we working? We working? Oh, I got him. Fucking got him, chat. Oh shit, there was no ammo in that. There's ammo on this one, though. Got him. Oh, there's a dude right there. Yeah! First try, chat. First try. First fucking try. Oh, shit. I only have 3 bullets. Alright, that's what I'm gonna do. Oh, there's a fucking dog there. Oi! Ay, caramba! Oh, shit. They got some snipers, chat. They got some snipers. Oh, I only have 3 bullets. I gotta remember that. I only have 3 bullets. So knock down the dude, shoot the guy, and then Can I have them shoot each other? Oh. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's one way to do it. Oh, got him. Got him with a stray. Oh, there was more people down there? Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Oh. Okay. 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 Oh, how did I miss him? Oh, what the fuck? That dude is looking at me? Chat, I think that's the play. I think that's the play. Oh, God, I fucking locked in. Walk. Where the fuck did this guy come from? Oh, we knocked him down. I guess I knocked him down. All right. That was kind of worth it. That was kind of worth it. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Shit! Sheesh! Oh, what the fuck? Why didn't you throw it at him? What's that crap? What's that bullshit? Oh, fuck. Where did all these dudes come from? Your mom. Got him. Combo intermediate. Nice. Otto, how am I doing? How am I doing? Got him. What the fuck? No! What the fuck? You're ripping through this game? Am I? You said this the last time I played. You said this the last time I played Hotline Miami. Did you say you beat the game in like 45 minutes? I mean, I'm in Act 3. I'm assuming there's only 3 acts, because that's typically when there's multiple acts. There's usually... Oh, no! First game's like 3 hours long, but you took 12. Was it 12? Wait. Oh, I got him. Oh, I got him. I got him, chat. Okay, back to lurk. You're pretty far into this one. Thank you. Oh, there was a guy standing right there. What the fuck am I doing? How did I not see that dude standing right there? Also, these guys are fucking bullet... These guys are bullet sponges. How dare they block my shotgun blast? Wrong gun. Oh, there's a dude standing right there. Why do I keep missing that dude? Why do I keep missing that fucking dude? Ay, ay, ay. Chat, is it wrong that I kind of am in the mood for wings again? After I made wings for myself for a late night snack for myself last night? Oh, ooh, I got lucky on that one. Got him. Okay, I'm gonna take this dude out. He keeps fucking murking me. All right, all right. 6-person combo. Double combo. Double combo. Got him! First try. First try, chat. First fucking try. Damn it, nothing in there. Oh, there's a shotgun here, though. Oh, man. All right, we'll just go with this. We'll just go with the silencer. Oh, fuck that dude. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, shit. I gotta hide behind shit. Okay, I got some options now, chat. I got some fucking options. I got some options. Oh, that was close. That was very close. That was very close. It was very close. Oh, no! Of course, the one guy with the fucking gun. Cool. Chat, I think that was just a lucky run that I hit. I feel like that was just a lucky run that I hit. Oh, fuck that, dude. Also, chat, it's the top of the hour, which means it's time for a run a 3-minute ad. If you want to avoid the ads, you can pay $5.99 for a subscription, or get lucky and get gifted a sub. Or you can link your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account and get a free monthly subscription from Daddy Bezos to your favorite streamer. Hopefully it's me. If it's not me, then hopefully it's one of my friends. But 3-minute ad break is running right now. Why can't I get the shotgun? Oh, the fucking dog. Oh. I need to click on heads, chat. No! Okay. How am I missing this dude? Did the dog shoot me there? Oh. 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 Ah. I can't believe that dude got me. I can't believe he got me. Oh. Oh, that guy had a gun. Oh my God, fucking do something. Oh. Chat, the brain is not working. Chat, the brain is not working. The forearms are stiffening up. Okay. Oh, I gotta shoot him a bunch more times. Ah! Oh, fuck that dude! That was close. God fucking damn it. Dude saw me? All right, took care of that dude. Fuck that dog. All right, chat, this is the run. This is the one. This is the run. This is the run, chat. This is it. This is the run, chat. This is the run. This is the run, chat. This is the run. Yes! Oh. Chat's been hearing a lot of visceral streams of triumph the last couple weeks, whether it's Stranded Deep or this game. Just bodies everywhere, chat. There you are. You know you should really wait for backup in these situations? Nah, I don't need fucking backup. You want me to get a bunch of fucking pigs to back me up? You want me to get a bunch of pigs in uniform to back me up? It's not my fault you guys took so long to get here, is it? I got here first. You got a problem with that? What you did was reckless and you know that? I don't know what you're talking about. I did it the first try. Your actions endanger this whole operation. Operation, give me a break. If you don't like it, go complain to Chief. I'm out of here. That's right, bitches. I'm out. I'm out! Oh. Chat, I think I'm gonna wrap it up. B- nice. Took me an hour to get through that one. Fuck. Crazy. All right, I'm gonna call it here, chat. I've been live for over 6 hours. It may not say 6 hours, but I was live for over 6 hours because I started a stream and then ended a stream. It was a fun stream, making baked ziti, prepping for my dinner. Enjoy the rest of Sunday. Thank you, Otto. I am working 2 rounds every day this week. So pay attention to the Ghost Court on when I go live. I'll do my best to go live, but we'll see what happens. We'll see how tired I am. I'm going to try to get some good sleep tonight so that I'll have enough energy that I could stream tomorrow because I have early rounds tomorrow. So I'm hoping I'll be live. I'm hoping I'll be live by like 7 p.m. my time. Let's see, when's that afternoon round? Yeah, I'll try to be live by like 7 p.m. my time. Wait, how did I keep my streak then? I don't know. Unless it doesn't count for a few seconds of stream. It wasn't a few seconds. It was 30 minutes of stream. It was 30 minutes of stream. I logged in your account. No need to thank me. Yeah. But I need to send you somewhere, chat. I need to send you somewhere. I'm going to send you to the #1 hate watcher. I'm going to send you the #1 hate watcher. Shit, is she not live? No, she's not live anymore? No, she's live. What the fuck? Why is she not on my chat arena? Did I accidentally delete Becca? Oh my god, I accidentally deleted Becca. Oh shit. I accidentally deleted Becca out of my... Oh shit. How could I do that? That's crazy. I can't believe I did that. RIP Becca 1863 to 2026. No, I deleted Becca out of my chatterino for some reason. I don't know how or why I did it. I gotta delete somebody else. There we go. There we go. Now I can see Becca Soar. That's where I'm sending you, chat. Sending y'all over to Becca. She's doing some pokey stuff. She's doing Pokemon Pokopia. So we're gonna send you all over there for some cozy Sunday night streaming. But thank you guys so much for being here. I hope you guys enjoyed. Hope you guys enjoyed the cooking / chores stream. It'd be cool to do this more often. We'll see. We'll see. I was not happy with how long the gimbal lasted. The gimbal did not last very long at all, which was kind of annoying because it's supposed to be like for hours and hours and hours, which it might have, but my phone like died. But we'll see. Yeah. So chat, here are the rate messages. First one are those that are not subscribed. Next two are those that are subbed. Thank you so much for being here. I greatly appreciate it. Like I said, pay attention to the ghost cord. Pay attention to your notifications. I'm not positive if or when I'll go live this week. But I will keep you all updated. Hiking stream? Maybe. Maybe we might be doing that with Giga. But with that being said, wherever you are in the world, good morning, good afternoon, good night. See y'all later. Go Birds. Fuck ICE. Free Palestine. Fuck Israel. See y'all later.